Okay, we are 1 minute 20 seconds. Okay, we're live on YouTube. Intro's queued up. What is he saying? He's trying to talk to me direct. Okay, we got 45 seconds. Okay, we got 30 seconds. Dylan, I'll give you like a 5-second before you go after this first piece. Okay, we got 20 seconds.
Really nice riding, huh? Yeah, should be good.
Where's Greg?
He just went that way.
You don't want to stick to the plan there?
Yeah. I tried to go inside. Did you hear me inside?
Outside.
Inside, I was like, no, you're gonna go with the men, and he was like, no.
We could have found an alternative for him.
It's fine.
You're on.
Welcome to the 2025 Broken Arrow Skyrace 23K, broadcasting live from Palisades, Tahoe, the unofficial capital of North American trail running. It is a cool but sunny, glorious morning here in the California Sierra. We're here in anticipation of the 5th race in the Golden Trail World Series. It has been a season for the ages. Let's take a look at how it's played out to this point.
In April, in the heat of the Kobe Trail 21K, the technical specialists led out, before the climbs allowed Spain's Sara Alonso and Kenyan Patrick Kipangino to take control, both winning comfortably. In Noli, northern Italy, in both the men's and the women's, the roller coaster course couldn't break open either of the lead groups. But on the final loop,
Good morning and welcome to the Broken Arrow 23K. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined in studio this morning by the great Danny Moreno, a past champion here at the 23K and third place finisher in yesterday's 46K. Danny, good morning. How are you feeling?
Good morning. I am so excited and just humbled to be here. I have a very intimate relationship with this World Series, and I'm just really excited to be, shouting out and commenting on the world's best athletes at this distance.
Yes, and we have an action-packed day ahead of us as we look at a beautiful drone visual of Palisades, Tahoe. As I said, the unofficial capital of North American trail running. It is a beautiful, cool morning. A balmy 40-degree day. Should be a fast day to race. We're going to take a look at the course here in just a couple of seconds. Danny had an opportunity to run this course twice yesterday in the 46K. It will be the same course at the 23K. Again, the fifth stop on the Golden Trail World Series. Danny, you have had so much experience racing on this series, and I can't wait to talk all about it with you here today. There's the coffee bar, Danny, the most popular coffee shop. Yes, the world-famous coffee bar here in Palisades, Tahoe, just adjacent to the start line here today. We are going to start to move towards the women's start time here, which will take place in just under 15 minutes. For those watching at home, the women will start about 20 minutes before the men here today. We'll explain a little bit more about why that is here in just a second. The pro athletes are probably out getting their final warm-ups in now, and we'll start to see them congregating here momentarily, and we will have a very fun elite athlete presentation and a big thank you and kudos to the whole Broken Arrow team who have been rolling with the punches here this day, Danny. It seems like it's going to be a perfect one.
I know.
Okay, we
you
got
can see
flyover
the
map in
folks here
5,
congregating
4,
around the start
3.
line. They still are in their puffies, long sleeves, and sweaters. Very abnormal for the Sky Race, but let's get into the actual course itself. Like Dylan said yesterday, I had the chance to not run this loop once, but twice. You start out with roughly 4 to 5 miles or 6K of what I would call very runnable terrain. You're in the trees, you are covered. It is fast, very buttery, single track. This is actually great because the women will have a chance to see each other, where typically you're kind of fighting with a group of men. Once they exit the trees around 5 miles, they will start what is the toughest part of the course, in my opinion, their first climb up to Snow Keen, where they are averaging between 15 and 20%. Then they'll head up to Red Dog Ridge, and they will finish that off with the K22 climb, ultimately ending up, basically you're scrambling and on an exposed ladder going up the actual tippy top of Palisades, Tahoe. And then that is roughly halfway through the course. Then you start a very long descent, roughly 7 miles, where you're bombing down between 15 and 20% grade down to Shirley Canyon. You finish that off with a 500-foot climb out of Shirley Canyon, where then you finally have this last bit of technical single track. And while this technical single track, I wouldn't say is the most technical in the big scheme of the Golden Trail World Series, what makes it especially difficult is that most of these athletes will be running between 4:30 and 6:30 minutes per mile pace for this last bit.
Unbelievable. So again, the official statistics on today's course, roughly 14 miles, roughly 4,000 mix between fast and slow terrain. Danny, maybe say a few words about the skill set that the pro athletes need to bring to a course like this.
Yes, it really pays off to be a really fast athlete and having a lot of leg speed, but this course requires truly a lot of strength. Like, you have to be a very incredible climber and hiker. You are hands on knees for a good portion of that climb up to the top of the Palisades, Tahoe. And so being able to shift gears constantly, because in between what we call the 3 steep ramps all the way to the top of the mountain, you have these half-mile quad bangers of downhills where you're shifting into that really fast speed. So being able to shift in and out like a highly tuned F1 car is truly what's going to put you at the top of this podium.
Yeah, so you have to be both a great mountain runner and a great fast runner here at Broken Arrow, and that's one of the fun things about trail running in general, and the Golden Race is a little bit different. Every race requires a little bit different of a skill set. Some courses favor certain athletes, other courses favor other athletes, and that's why it's nonstop entertainment for those of us who have become big Golden Trail World Series fans. Again, this is the 5th stop on the World Tour here this season. Next weekend, they're going to be heading down to Mexico for the first race ever in Latin America.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I think one of the best things about the Golden Trail World Series is that they really provide these opportunities for the best athletes around the world, and having world-class athletes come to you is it's just an opportunity. So I'm really excited to see some maybe Mexican athletes that we haven't seen on this series yet have the opportunity to race the world's best on their turf.
Yeah, it's such
Women's
a good
athlete
point,
in 30
Danny.
seconds.
And speaking of world-class athletes, this is not just a North American classic here, but it has truly become a national race, and we're going to get to know some of those international characters here in just a second. But it's safe to say some of the best athletes in the world from all 4
Women's intros
corners
in
of
10.
the globe have come here to Palisades Tahoe to test themselves on this tough 23-kilometer course. Let's get to know some of that elite talent now. So, Danny, you've had a lot of experience racing against these women. We're going to start with our introductions here in just a moment. And we'll get a lot of personal color from Danny, who has tangled horns with these characters many times in her career. Danny Moreno, for those who don't know, I will brag on her behalf, is one of North America's greatest 50K and sub-ultra distance athletes. Again, has won this race in the past, 3rd place in yesterday's. Intimately from a competitive perspective, and I can't wait to have fun with you here calling the race here today. We do see some athletes getting their warm-ups in, and we're on standby for the elite female athlete presentation.
Yes, this series truly captures the world's best. I consider that each of these races are some of the deepest fields you'll come into contact with at the sub-ultra distance in our sport. And yeah, it's just great to have these global athletes here in the United States for this one stop this year.
Yeah, so yesterday, Danny, you and I were chatting, and we sort of came to the conclusion that if we were going to identify 3 favorites in today's race, it would be defending champion Joyce Njeru from Kenya, and then 2 Americans, Lauren Gregory and Anna Gibson. Maybe share a little bit of color on those 3 as we wait for the introductions here.
Yeah, overall Golden Trail World Series last year, she started kind of the pinnacle of that 2024 campaign here with 2 wins at Broken Arrow at the Ascent and the 23K. Anna Gibson recently coming off a huge win at the U.S. Mountain Running Championships just a couple of weeks ago, and then backed that up with a win in the world-class Ascent event just a couple of days ago, earning her spot on a 2nd USA team within a couple of weeks. We also have Lauren Gregory, who was 2nd to her at the U.S. Mountain Running Championships. Lauren was 2nd both at the prologue and the final at the Golden Trail World Series final last year in Switzerland. And she is just, I think she is potentially the one to beat, coming in with the freshest legs of the 3.
Yeah, all 3 in their mid-20s, really emerging into the upper echelon of the sport. True measurement, all doing battle here today. And it looks like the pro athletes are beginning to congregate here on the start line. We'll begin to ID some of them, and we do anticipate having the elite athlete presentation here momentarily. We see race director Brendan Madigan there greeting the professional athletes to the start line, and we should say it's not all about the pros here at Broken Arrow. The motto of this race is whether you finish first or last, you are a rock star. And while the professionals do have their own independent races, there will be a large group of, I think, 700 or 800
You guys are doing great. Just
everyday
keep
runners
rolling,
who are
Dylan.
going to take the start line here this morning just to earn a big finish out in the mountains.
Yeah, it's really been cool to see this event grow over the years, and from what I've heard, the wait list had roughly between 400 and 500 people, just showing you how popular and how great of an event Brendan and the entire Broken Arrow. A couple of women I'm seeing on the start line who may not be a part of the presentation, just to shout out. There's Jade Beltzberg, who was second last year. I think she is one to watch, wearing the F2 bib right up there up front.
Big smile on Jade's face, coming off a third place in the ascent on Friday. Jade has been on such a heater recently. She's qualified for 2 teams at the World Championship for Team Canada. She also won the Chuckanut 50K earlier in the spring, a second place at the Gorge Waterfalls 100K. And here we are, Danny, with our elite presentation.
Oh, first up, we have Alice Goodall. She is newer to the trail space. She recently ran a 32:08 on the track in the 10K, so I think this course will suit her incredibly well. Next up, we have Marie Neve, French athlete for Nike. She was 7th at both of the Asia races in China earlier this year. Next up, we have Alice Gaggy. She has had results on the Golden Trail World Series, multiple top 10 finisher at Sierra Zanal, so she's definitely one to watch today. Next up, we have American born and bred Lauren Gregory. She is my pick for the win today. Like I said, 2 second-place finishes at both the prologue and the final last year. Here we have our Ascent champion, Anna Gibson, a more American girl. Truly great hybrid athlete, recent U.S. mountain running champion just a couple of weeks ago. Last but not least, we have Joyce Najiru, overall winner of the Golden Trail World Series final and just the overall series last year.
And our defending champion,
And
we
our
should
defending
say.
champion.
You called Anna Gibson. Oh, we've got one more here.
One more, Madalena Floria. She was second at the Kobe Trail and recently had a huge win in Italy 2 stages ago this year.
Yes, so these are, you could view as some of Danny say, she's picking Lauren Gregory for the win. We see Anna Gibson playing with her watch.
Dylan,
There's Jade
do you want to
Belzberg,
queue up an Anna Gibson
Madalena
capsule?
Floria. We were just talking about Anna Gibson. You called her a great hybrid athlete. You couldn't have stated it any better. Let's get to know Anna a little bit better now.
I started doing sports when I was super young. I was playing outside a lot. It was lots of different things. I was taking skiing the most seriously.
Go Anna!
All the way up until high school. And then at that point I realized that running was kind of my thing and I was starting to get competitive. My name is Anna Gibson. I'm from Jackson, Wyoming in the US and I run for Brooks. Highlights from last year, I honestly feel like there were a lot. I think highlights for me were definitely Sierra Zanal, which I got 6th at. That was a really big performance for me, having never raced there before. And Broken Arrow is one of my favorite races of all time. I've competed there the last 2 years and just had some really pivotal moments, I feel like, in my career. I had no idea where life was taking me. I was trying to get a contract, but really had no idea what was happening, and it was just this, like, kind of exciting experience. Yeah, I'm excited that it's going to be Golden Trail this year, too. I think it's going to be extremely competitive. Definitely the most competitive that Broken Arrow has been.
5, 3.
Anna Gibson, truly a superstar in the making as we race taking the start line. We are just about 2.5 minutes until they take off here in Palisades, Tahoe. Danny, this might be a good time to talk about the importance of the women having their own independent start. This is a relatively new phenomenon, and I know much appreciated among your colleagues.
Yes, this is definitely much appreciated, like you said, as a female who has competed in the Golden Trail World Series, but just around the world in some of the world's biggest races. As a female, you want to be able to see your competitors, your friends. Having people that you can identify and work with immediately is a huge game changer. And while I love racing alongside my male companions out there on the trail, it is nice to just, see my race and my race only around me. I think it just relieves a lot of stress between getting out really hard if you're not feeling that's best for your race strat, that's for you within the race tactics that are going on.
Yes, allows the women to have their own dynamic and their own pack in a way that really does add a little bit of extra excitement to the competitive race. If we look at the far left-hand side of the start line here, we can see Allie McLaughlin, one of North America's best ever mountain runners, a former champion here, a former world champion in the vertical. And just next to Allie, second from the left, is another interesting character in the race. This is Pema Franchi from Ecuador, only 12 years old. Pema had a great day, finishing 4th or 5th in the ascent on Friday.
Fifth in the ascent, yes. She's competed in a lot of the U.S. top VK races, actually, and just watching her over the years just start to jump into that senior category and be on the top, top 3, top 5 of these races. I'm incredibly excited to see her on this race line. I hope into this World Series race, young girls out there are gaining that confidence that, hey, maybe that could be me too one day.
Yes, as we have a little photo opportunity here. Raise the roof, ladies. 30 seconds to go until the start gun goes off. So we have a cowboy, it seems, in the starting corral, hyping everybody up. You'd love to see it here. Now under 20 seconds to go.
Oh, this is the best feeling. I love this moment right before the race starts. Your brain starts to go quiet, and you just trust because you have done this hundreds of times before, and you're about to do it again.
3, 2, 1. And they're off here, the Broken Arrow 23K here in Palisades, Tahoe. The 5th stop of the Golden Trail World Series is now underway. Before we got started, but back in 2022, the great American champion Sophia Lockley set the course record standard here in the 23K, running 2 hours, 6 minutes, 18 seconds. Both Danny and myself are anticipating that course record to be in serious danger here today.
Yes, I think it's 100% in danger, especially with the women that are absolutely flying already. Something that kind of showed me that is yesterday in the 46K, the entire women's podium beat some of Sophia's climb times, and these women are the fastest of the fast when it comes to this sub-ultra distance, so I have a feeling they are going to destroy the Strava crowns that we just set yesterday.
Yes. And one of the fun things about Broken Arrow over the years has been the fact that it has attracted athletes like Sophia Lockley, who, of course, is an Olympic Nordic skier. Of course, Eli Hemming, who won yesterday, athlete. We've seen a bunch of ski mountaineering athletes make their mountain running debuts, or at least establish names for themselves here at Broken Arrow. Even obstacle course racers. That's always a fun storyline to follow. As Danny said, these opening miles here are really the fastest miles of the day. Danny, maybe say a little bit about how you would be approaching this section of the course. It's probably mostly about just establishing a good position within the pack.
Yes, as you can see, the trail it's maybe 2 to 3 people wide, and while it is like that, there are a couple of spots where it turns into single track. I think with these Golden Trail World Series races, everyone is really, really quite strong, especially on their climbing. So yes, get out, get your position, but my often mantra to everyone is if it feels too fast, it probably is for you in that moment. Let's not forget that you are still racing for your legs and lungs within the first couple of miles.
Yeah. We'll remind our audience here, of course, we are in the mountains. We are racing at altitude here today. The starting line in roughly 6,200 feet of elevation. The high point somewhere in the 8,500 feet of elevation. Our friends at home can do the conversion as to what that means in meters, but suffice it to say, this course does advantage athletes who do have altitude exposure in their trainings. It's definitely more challenging for those who are coming up from sea level. We'll see if that is reflected in the finishing results later today, but this is a true mountain runner's course, even though these opening miles are pretty fast. The woman at the back of the pack here, Sydney Peterson, has really had a breakout couple of years, really. I think newly post-collegiate athlete who's making a name for herself now in mountain running, punching her ticket to Team USA at the World Championships in September.
Yes, I'm really excited to see that she decided to jump into this race as well. just looking at them, considering that this is towards the back of the pack, everyone is moving incredibly well. I also want to point out there in the pink jersey on the right is Jade Beltsberg, a Canadian who was second in the ascent on Friday. She is an incredibly smart racer. I would bet money on it that she will be moving up as the race develops. It does look like there is some shifting in the front right now. It's a little difficult to tell who quite is up there in the lead. Oh, there's Ali Mack. I dare to say that she's probably run more laps here than anyone else. She has run this race many times over the years, also participated in the Triple Crown. She is another one to watch, especially as the...
That's Marie Neve just behind Ali Mack there in the Nike kit. Marie looks like started her season with 2 7th-place finishes in the Great Wall Race in China, part of the Golden Trail World Series, and then Golfo del Isola, also on the World Series in Italy. 2 top 10s for her to start the season. That's probably putting her in a good spot in the overall ranking here this year as somebody who it seems like is just getting her career established in the trail space.
Yes, having 2 7th places in those 2 races in particular definitely shows that she's a versatile athlete, as those courses could not be more different.
So we'll keep a lookout for Marie Neve here today. You mentioned Jade Beltsberg. To me, it feels kind of criminal that she wasn't included in the elite athlete presentation there. Jade, our reigning 2nd-place finisher, less than a minute behind Joyce last year. In fact, I think if the course was a mile, it absolutely stormed the second half of the course en route to a 2nd place. Here in the 23K last year is our camera. E-bike makes it, bridges up to the front of the main pack here.
Looks to be Laura Hamilton and Alice Gaggy up there in the left. Like I said, she's multiple top 10 finisher at Sierra Zanal. If you could land 1 top 10 at Sierra Zanal, that's pretty incredible.
A career achievement.
If you could do more than 1, you have cracked the code and you are a very, very strong athlete.
So they begin an initial short but steep grinding climb here as we are a little over 5 minutes elapsed and just under 15 minutes until the elite men take the start line.
It looks like Joyce is leading, which she did last year en route to her overall win of this race and the ascent. Madeline Ibsen and Lauren Gregory. It does not surprise me that these are the 4 that are leading up this. This is actually a pretty steep part within these first 4 miles, and they are about to turn left on some single track where it meanders between up and downhill. I think we'll start to see Madalena and Anna start to move up.
Yeah, so as you said, exactly how we drew it up, or exactly what we were anticipating here. Joyce, Madalena, Anna, and Lauren Gregory establishing themselves in top 4 position. Now, certainly, probably the 4 favorites coming in here today. Madalena Floria has really been racing incredibly well on the Golden Trail World Series from Romania. Again, another testament to the internationalization of the sport in general and of Broken Arrow specifically. Say a few words about Madalena's background and how she's grown as an athlete here in the Golden Trail.
First came onto the scene, it seemed that her main strength was her speed. She was coming off a 1:10 half marathon. She has represented Romania at the European Half Marathon Championships. And so when she first came into trail, she kind of jokingly made fun of herself that she could not run technical downhill. Well, that is not the case anymore, folks. This woman has been putting herself through downhill technical training camps the past couple of years, and now I would say she can compete with anybody. That has been seen at Kobe Trail, which I would consider the most technical stage of the entire series, where she came away with a 3rd place finish. She came away with another 3rd place finish at the Great Wall of China. But yeah, I would say these up-down courses is where she truly made her mark. She ran Mammoth Trail Fest a couple years ago and was leading, unfortunately took a wrong turn, and then the following year. So yeah, I think if she can hold on to these women as they crest the top, do not count her out.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and I think for the audience, important to just flag, when you take somebody of her pedigree as a road and track athlete representing her country on an international competition for a half marathon, if you take that type of talent and then add the new skills, it really is just about growing and developing new skills as an athlete that you can then apply that great aerobic engine towards, and Madalena has been a great example of that over the last couple of years. Running in third place, you called Anna Gibson the hybrid athlete, so let's just say a few words about Anna. We just saw that little pre-produced piece about her, but 26 years old from Jackson Hole, Wyoming. She grew up in the mountains but raced collegiately at the University of Washington. She's competed in Olympic trials on the track and here, but not just a runner. Next weekend, she's actually going to be doing a 170-mile gravel race, so a hybrid athlete, as you said.
Yes, she is one of this new crop of American young women, I would say in particular of the likes of Anna Gibson, Lauren Gregory, Ali Ostrander, maybe all inspired by, before them, Grayson Murphy, who really can go in between track, road, and trail and be successful at truly anything that they apply themselves to. So yeah, but beyond that, like you said, she's jumping in a gravel race. If you follow her on her Instagram, she is up in the mountains doing ski-mo. She is on her skis, she's on her bikes, but most of all, she just looks like she's having a good time doing it. So yeah, and coming up behind her is Lauren Gregory. So Joyce and Anna raced 2 days ago. We're going to see if those legs catch up, which I think makes them extra lethal too.
I was just going to tee you up with this. So just to add a finer point for the audience, Joyce in the front and Anna, who's sitting in third place, both ran the ascent, and they finished first and second in the ascent just on Friday. It was only a 2-mile race with 2,000 feet of climbing, but still, it's a full gas effort for 25 minutes for these world-class women. But both Madalena and Lauren opted not to take the start line in the ascent, so we'll wait to see whether that effort is still in their legs.
Yes, I mean, like I said, the first 5 miles of this course, as we can see, they are running right now. There is no hands on knees. It hasn't quite gone steep. Oh, here's the left into the single track. I think we are about to see some movement in here, honestly.
This is where it gets fast.
This is where it gets quite fast, but you have to be careful. You have to manage your beautiful trees that we have here on display in Palisades, Tahoe. It is going to be exposed. It is going to be 15 to 30% grade, folks. And on top of that, the ground is quite slippery. So if you are tired, you are feeling like you are going backwards versus forward. So yeah, I am really excited to see if anyone puts a move in here to try and see if they could be the first one out of the trees before we get to the power hiking.
You bring up the course conditions here today, Danny. We began our broadcast by flagging for the audience that it is a cool 40 degrees here this morning in Palisades, Tahoe. Kind of a cold snap moved through the valley here in mid-June. Last night there was snow on the course, and the 46K was unfortunately canceled mid-race, but snowstorms gave way to beautiful blue skies. Even though it's cool, this should be optimal racing weather for these women's 2 hours to try and earn a win or podium finish here on the Golden Trail World Series. I did talk to the course manager here this morning. He said it's actually in great shape. Yesterday, Danny, you were talking about hero dirt. Maybe you could define that for the audience and maybe set up a little bit more about the course conditions and what it's like underfoot.
Yes, so as someone who has become obsessed with dirt, as it has become my profession, hero dirt is kind of that tacky dirt. You could kind of see it if you are actually kind of zooming in with your eyes on the trail. It's that kind of dark, moist color, so it becomes more compact. Even running through here just yesterday, there was so much dirt in the air at this point just from people running through. So all of that stuff that is light and kind kind of flower-like has been packed down, and that just makes it prime. Oh, we have a pass there. Madalena Floria now taking the lead. Yeah, stepped out of the way there.
Maybe Joyce just making the conscious choice, hey, I don't want to be leading right now. There are tactics at play here. Oftentimes, I mean, some athletes prefer to be front runners. Some people prefer to wait and hunt later. It is usually kind of like a personality disposition that dictates this stuff,
yes.
but it's fun to observe. And we are going to see the elite men's presentation here in just a bit. We're going to bounce back and forth a little bit between the elite women who are out on the race course and the elite men who will get on that race course themselves here in under 7 minutes.
And yes, I just want to make one more point of the last shot we saw of the women. It looked like those top 4 who we were saying are the favorites have already separated themselves in the first 13 minutes or so. The game is on.
The game is on as we await the introduction of some of these top men. We won't spoil it, Pete, but we are looking at some of the best male athletes in the world at the sub-ultra distance. And then we look at the rest of the main pack here. Those who will be in contention, but for whatever reason aren't going to be in the elite athlete presentation. It really is anybody's game out here today. We do have last year's reigning champion, Patrick Kipnano, in the same way that we have last year's reigning champion,
there's
Joyce.
some snow on the
in
ground
Jeru.
still.
Yes, in the shaded sections in the trees, snow still on the ground from yesterday's surprise deluge. Anna Gibson reaching for some nutrition in her waist pack there as they continue along this rolling section of single track. Everybody looking pretty smooth here in the opening miles.
Smooth. Yes, you can often look at their arm carries. First up on the men's side, we have Cam Smith. He is another hybrid in Skimo, has made 2 U.S. teams now, both the Classic and the VK.
This is Taylor Stack, the surprise of last year's 23K, finishing 4th. And he got picked up by Brooks here this offseason. He is definitely one to watch here today, part of this young crop.
Next up, Andy Wacker, an American favorite. He won the Big Alta earlier this year and was second at Sky Gran Canaria in 2023. Also had great races at both the Ascent and Centipede Scramble just a couple weeks ago.
And Remy Leroux from Canada, also at the Big Alta earlier this season. He ran the Ascent, finishing 10th on Friday. Remy has been a great, great mountain runner in his career.
Next, we have Henry Amond. He is an Italian athlete representing North Face. He was 9th at the North Face Trans Gran Canaria in 2025, just earlier this year.
He won the Ascent here, a couple of champion. He has been ranking very highly in the Golden Trail World Series over the last couple of years. Keep your eye on Roberto.
And the European up-down champion.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Philemon Kiriago, recently won Noli at earlier this year in 2025, and 2 second places, both at Kobe and the Great Wall.
He is just so fun and so easy to root for. And here we are, folks, the Trail Runner of the Year from 2024, the Golden Trail World Series champion, El Hussein El Azawi, the Flying Camel, they call him, from Morocco. Truly a special athlete.
And last but not least, last year's champion, Patrick Kipnano. He chose not to do the Ascent this year despite being the champion from last year. I think we're in for one today.
Not only, and here we have our Ascent champion from Friday, Christian Allen, the great and exciting American. He was coming off very strongly, much like Danny Moreno, I must say, and put the hurtin' on the boys in the Ascent. Let's see if he could back it up with another win or podium here today. Andy Wacker there in the yellow, I just wanted to mention, he has been North America's one of the best mountain athletes we've had alongside Joe Gray. They have just had such long and successful careers in these sub-ultra distances, and he's really been a leader in making sub-ultra more prominent, more significant here in the U.S.
Yes, I would agree with that. He started I would say, a next-gen team called the Trail Team here in the United States that takes applications from athletes that are currently in college or having just graduated who are interested in trails. Two of those previous members being Anna Gibson and Lauren Gregory, currently helping lead the women's race. A couple of her names I want to call out. Mason Copy, you could see him right behind Remy Leroux.
He qualified for Team USA at Sunapee Scramble, so he will be there in Confranc, wearing the stars and bars, as they say, at September's World Championship. And behind the elite men here, you can see hundreds of other athletes. I looked it up officially, 658 runners here today in the 23K. So as soon as the professional men take off here, we'll see the mass start also of all the age groupers and general participants here in the 2025 Broken Arrow 23K.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing that both Patrick and Philemon chose to go with long sleeves today.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll evaluate the wardrobes of these athletes today. It's definitely cool here in the village, but their internal engines will be warming them up from the inside out, no doubt. But along those ridges, if it's been windy, like it'll be pretty cold up there. So we'll see whether they're shedding layers or whether they're happy they started with those sleeves.
Yes, I think, folks, we're in for a very fast start with the likes of Christian, Allen, Philemon, and Patrick being at the start line here, along with El Hussein. They all are known for their quick starts, kind of cracking open these elite men's fields. So I think we're in for a treat. It looks like the women are still moving incredibly well. Those four. Is this our new Fantastic Four is actually my question.
Yeah, so what you're referencing here, Danny, in the men's side of Golden Trail, there has been the emergence of what everybody has deemed the Fantastic Four: Patrick Kipneno, Philemon Kiriago, Remy Bonnet, and El Hussein El Azawi. On the women's side, could it be Joyce, Madalena, Lauren, and Anna are the new
At least on these runnable courses, we can't forget about the great Sarah Alonso, who has been on an absolute heater this year and
series leader.
Series, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm personally disappointed Sarah's not here this weekend. I'm not sure she's ever. Well, she was at Mammoth Trail Fest, but she's never been at Broken Arrow. So Sarah, if you're watching, we would love to have you next year or in future years. We have 10 seconds to go here at the start line, as race director Brendan Madigan gives the final instructions.
1.
And they're off, folks. The elite men and the mass start is officially underway here at the 2025 Broken Arrow Skyrace 23K. We'll remind our audience here, we are on course record watch in both races. Last year, Patrick Kipneno ran 1 hour, 45 minutes, a silly 4,300 feet of climbing, but weather conditions couldn't be more optimal to put that course record in jeopardy. Of course, the depth and talent of that field only makes it more likely, and we'll start to see who establishes themselves at the front of the men's pack. It is really evolving, Danny, at this time in the sport of, like, if you want to be in contention to win this race, you really do need to be in that front pack early, because if you lose contact, much like professional cycling, it's becoming increasingly hard to bridge those gaps, especially in these shorter distance races.
I would agree. I think there are some courses where maybe you could give a little bit more space, but for a course like this, where it is quite fast the entire time, I think if you want to be in contention for the podium and the win, you got to be up there in the mix in some form. I also is course record holder before Patrick, so we have 2 course record holders in the midst of this men's race.
Yep. And as Danny said at the start of the women's race, these first 4 miles are the fastest 4 miles of the race. So these men have an opportunity to warm up a little bit, at least, before they begin the steep and grinding climbs that Broken Arrow has become known for. One of the things we were talking about yesterday, Danny, is the fact that this course really is a rhythm breaker in a lot of ways. Maybe you could say more about what I mean by that.
Yes, it feels like you are on a roller coaster the entire time. Again, the start is quite fast, but then you get into these 3 very steep climbs between 15 and 30%. That's right, 30%, folks. And then at the top of the course, you actually are you also ascend this very exposed ladder. So you really want to make sure that you are hydrated and fueling correctly, because if the blood goes to your stomach and not to your limbs, you are in trouble.
Absolutely. And the same thing applies that I said earlier about the altitude. It definitely adds a different element, a different complicating factor to the race here today that plays into the advantage of some athletes while disadvantaging others, those who have to come up from sea level. As we go picture in picture here, looking at both the front of the women's race and the front of the men's race, both underway here in the 2025 Broken Arrow 23K. The women now 23 minutes in. We'll remind our audience a course record standard set by Sophia Lockley in 2022 is 2 hours and 6 minutes. We are on course record. Joyce and J. Rue, Madalena Floria, Lauren Gregory, and Anna Gibson are our 4 characters at the front of the women's race right now. No doubt a big pack chasing from behind. They are, in all likelihood, 2.5 miles in, and will be popping out above the trees here in just a little bit of time, and that's where things really start to get challenging.
Yes, I do want to point out a couple of weeks ago, Anna was in the USA Mountain Running Championships, was a 2-looped course that was roughly about an hour race, and she sat back that first lap, which that to me just really proved that Anna has a very high racing IQ. So seeing her and Lauren just a couple of steps off of Madalena, they are in great position. They don't need to run any faster. They can see their competition right ahead of them, and if that means that their heart rate is just a couple of beats lower, climb stronger and faster up the steep climbs. So I'm really liking how this women's race is shaping up. Honestly, this is kind of what I would have predicted. But yeah, seeing Anna back here looking as smooth as she is, it'll be really interesting once they pop out.
It's interesting what you say about Anna's racing IQ and the fact that she hung back at the Sunapee Scramble, the U.S. Mountain Running Championships, because she did the exact opposite in the ascent on Friday, taking the lead from the beginning and winning rather comfortably in the ascent. So can race in multiple different styles, both aggressive and conservative. It looks like Anna right now putting herself in the mix at the front of the race. No moves being made yet, though. There's still plenty of time for that. But it is interesting, and I think the sport is maturing to the point where you do have to have multiple tools in your toolkit, so to speak. You do have to be able to respond to moves by your competitors and put yourself in uncomfortable positions and just be a well-rounded athlete. It used to be you could be a great climber and just survive the descents and still finish well. That's no longer the case. You know, even the great climbers really have to develop their skills, really have to develop that racing IQ, as you put it, in order to be competitive at the top level now.
I couldn't agree more. You really, if you want to be on the podium of these races, you have to climb, you have to descend, and you have to be a pretty fast, flat runner as well. Something else I will point out is Anna is the only woman I have seen taking fuel, which huge applause there. It is a little tough to see the women in front of her, but I haven't seen any of them reach behind them or in their pockets. Again, they are going to be racing for roughly 2 hours. Even in these short races, fueling and hydration is really important, if not more important. You're often operating in that zone 3, zone 4, and heart rate zones, and that means energy out, you need energy in as well.
Yep.
All right, this men's field on the right side, it looks like we're moving up in the pack. Still snow on the ground on the women's side as well. That's crazy.
We settle in behind Cam Smith here with that patented red ponytail as our e-bike shreds up to the front of the pack here. There's El Hussein, our reigning world champion, Mason Copey, Taylor Stack. There's Patrick Kipnano, the reigning a 2-time vertical world champion.
Yes.
There's Andy Wacker here, the great American mountain runner, as we bridge up to the front 3. And it looks like Christian Allen racing in his patented aggressive style, followed by Philemon Kiriago And who's that in third place there?
I don't know. That is exciting.
Anyway, Christian Allen, we should say, again, we'll repeat ourselves, running in the lead in the 23 ascent, took the race
Goodness.
to him early, beat the likes of Joe Gray, who is, I think, unquestionably the best U.S. mountain runner aside from Matt Carpenter in history. Joe Gray, I want to give him a special shout out. We tried to peer pressure him into racing the 23K here today, but he's on family vacation instead. 41 years old, making Team USA for the vertical on Friday. A big shout out to Joe Gray, who's made every team he's attempted to since 2008. A remarkable 2-decade career for Joe Gray.
Yeah, big applause there. You know, I feel that in this sport, as you get older, there's often this unbespoken pressure to go longer. And Joe has just stuck to his guns, and he has proved age is just a freaking number. To be, you know, climbing against the world's best climbers and to get second place, not far behind Christian Allen, by the way.
Yeah, it's funny. I made the comment earlier this week that people have been trying to pressure Joe into going longer for
probably
literally like 10 or 15 years, and Joe has resisted that temptation and been able to not lose any prowess as a elite world-class mountain runner, a 2-time world champion himself. Now, you know, still competing at the highest level into the Masters category. Christian Allen here at the front, followed by Philemon Kiriago. Philemon also sort of, it feels like breaking through a little bit. He has been the guy who's always on the podium, but hadn't yet broken through and won. He finally did so this season, beating the defending champion.
Yes, he beat him in a kick. I forget what the actual stats were, but he was running close to, I believe, 4:15 minutes per mile pace to close out that race, which is absolutely insane. Christian and Philemon are both looking, I mean, Hill, you can often look to the arms and kind of how the chest is hanging over the legs, kind of that positioning, and also how far the knees are coming out in front of the body to see how comfortable an athlete is running uphill.
A little body language interpretation here from Danny Moreno, who knows this stuff better than anyone, having competed on the Golden Trail World Series for multiple years now. We are looking at 2 Brooks athletes here on our screen. On our left, Anna Gibson sitting in 4th place in the women's race, and then Taylor Stack on the right-hand side, probably sitting somewhere within the top 10 of the men's race. It's hard to tell. We have not seen a Fantastic Four equivalent emerge at the front of the men's race like we have in the women's quite yet. But again, we'll remind our audience, the women started 20 minutes earlier, so they are further down the trail, and we are excited to bring you all the action here for to see them screaming down the hill just outside the studio back into Palisades, Tahoe, for the rambunctious finish line that Broken Arrow has become known for.
It looks like Joyce has opened up maybe a 10-second gap between her to 4th place. All the women still looking quite good. We do want to reiterate, this is where Joyce's coming out party was last year. She won both the Ascent and this race last year, and the rest of the year she was near untouchable. So I can only imagine she has great feelings, great memories coming into this race, and she is really trying to open up this space. They are about to come out onto that exposed area I've been talking about, so we are coming near to the end of the, in quotes, runnable section of the course. That does not mean the downhill isn't runnable. It is actually quite fast, but here and from here on out, we are climbing, folks.
Yep. Perfect timing, Danny, as they emerge out of the trees, and they will begin climbing in earnest here momentarily. Joyce and Jeru at the front, followed by Madalena Floria just in front of Lauren Gregory and Anna Gibson. The 4 favorites coming into today's race, making our predictions seem accurate, at least so far, but again, we are still very early in today's race. and we will likely start to see the field spread out a little bit or critical separation emerge once things get steeper, much like professional cycling. If you follow the Tour de France, you know those mountain stages are usually where the gaps begin to open, where the contenders separate themselves from the pretenders. The same is true here in mountain running. The climbs are usually where athletes are able to establish themselves and their positions within the race. We'll see if that begins to happen. But you notice the trail starting to kick up in earnest here. These women swinging their arms strong, tiptoeing up the side of this mountain, and certainly the camera angle doesn't do it justice. As Danny was just mentioning, this is a rhythm breaker type course, running fast early, and then all of a sudden you go straight into granny gear and start grinding uphill.
Yes, once they crest over this hill, they'll have a little bit of runnable terrain, a very, very short, steep downhill. I'm actually very, very impressed they are running up this, having run this lap twice yesterday. The first lap, all the 46K women were power hiking by this point. You know, that was largely strategic as well, but this is a very, very steep grade. So the fact that they are running up this is
5-second gap rather easily there. We'll see if Madalena tries to get out front of Joyce. I recall Madalena, the first time I heard her name was when she was running in the lead of Sierra Zinal, which of course starts with a double VK, a 6,000-foot climb to begin that iconic Swiss mountain race. And yes, you see Madalena take the lead from Joyce here. Of course, they are still running together, but Madalena, a great climber, potentially slightly stronger than Joyce, though we're splitting hairs a little bit. They have opened up a small gap on the lead duo of Lauren Gregory, Anna Gibson. Anna, the only one breaking into a hike so far.
Yes, it's interesting. I'm curious if she's feeling that ascent in her legs. I also wouldn't doubt if that was more strategic. She has run this course a couple of times and she knows what's ahead. On the right, we have the men's leaders. To no surprise, Christian Allen is throwing down the hammer. Trail runner. I mean, we have seen this kind of nexus in the sport regardless of all trail runners having pretty fast road times if they decide to jump in a half marathon or a road marathon. But this year, Christian Allen put the icing on the cake with a 2:10 finish at the Houston Marathon earlier this year. So the man is very good at moving his legs quite fast, but behind him, Philemon Kiriago also has a very strong half marathon PR. I want to say it's of the likes of 62 minutes potentially, but don't quote me on that, but it's definitely in the low 60 minutes. And also, he is known for his speed as well. You may have seen his sprint finish with El Hussein at Headlands last year, where he was absolutely smashing the downhill.
Yeah, Christian Allen, known for his aggressive racing, showing it again here in the 23K. He did so in the ascent. But having a character like Christian who races in this really aggressive style definitely makes people uncomfortable early, really kind of asserting himself and making other people play his game. It's a really interesting and brave style to race in. I recall last year talking to Patrick Kipnano, again, the reigning Broken Arrow 23K champion. He and Philemon, of course, traveled together. They're friends and colleagues and teammates. Him making the point that Patrick himself, probably a better pure climber than Philemon, but Philemon a better pure runner, just in terms of leg speed. Philemon also in his early 20s, so really poised to break through here, as we just mentioned, with his first Golden Trail World Series victory this season. Let's see if Philemon might be able to bring home another W here and maybe even take the lead of the Golden Trail World Series early in 2025.
Case, I mean, he did beat the trail runner of last year, 2024, El Hussein El Azawi at Noli, which I would consider very much not quite the similar profile to this race, but it requires a similar skill set. Just enough technical terrain, just enough running. The only thing is that we are at altitude today, as you mentioned.
Yeah. On the left, Madalena Floria, followed by Joyce and Jeru at the front of the women's race. Madalena tiptoeing up the hill, Joyce opting to move into a power hike posture. It'll be interesting to see what tack athletes are taking as they bounce back and forth between the grinding sections and the running sections on this rhythm breaking course. Shout out to our e-bike riders who are managing to keep up with these amazing athletes out on the course here today. You see the beautiful blue skies here in the California Sierra Mountains just outside of Lake Tahoe. American Trail Running, the home of the Western States 100, which takes place here just next week. And we have a full week celebration of this amazing sport. It's been so fun.
Yes, it is such an honor to have the Golden Trail World Series stop at the Broken Arrow Skyrace of all races, because it is coupled in America, maybe our favorite weekend of trail running in the entire year. So yeah, just having them start, you know, mere meters and feet from where the Western States 100 will start just next weekend is pretty astonishing.
It looks like Christian's got a bit of a gap here on Philemon. Christian really going for it in the men's race. They're only 17 minutes in. He's probably got 10 seconds on Philemon. So no rest for the wicked Christian Allen, bouncing back from his ascent victory and really putting the pressure on the guys here in the opening miles.
Saw that pack of four come together quite quickly. This men's race has been cracked open, as I like to say, and from there, where will the marbles fall? We will see probably in the next 10 to 30 minutes.
Yeah. So Madalena Florio looking very strong on this grinding climb. We just saw a really awesome drone shot of them that gave you a better perspective of just how steep this is. But suffice it to say, the jogging cadence that Madalena is employing here is incredibly impressive, just to be able to run it. The first aid station on the course, as we said earlier, Danny, is Snow King. That's going to be kind of a critical moment in the race, but also kind of an important moment of recovery after the early grinding climb, to be able to catch your breath a little bit, move the legs a little bit more quickly on some flatter terrain before you start kicking up in earnest again. Lauren Gregory in third, distance.
Yes, it's very interesting having have been a participant in the Golden Trail World Series, especially at these 2-hour-ish races. Again, it feels closer to a marathon effort, but the aid station is purely strategic. They do have a table out here for the elite athletes where they can grab flasks that, you know, have their number, have their name. So instead of relying on the great volunteers who are out there, they kind of know what they're grabbing instead of just opening, you know, giving their open flasks to someone who might put water, might put some fuel they're not used to. Again, like, fueling is so important. Like, you are pushing so hard. And so deciding if you're going to go with a vest and carry all your nutrition with you, or potentially stop and have to look for your flask, every second matters. And many times between those transitions, you'll have athletes move up in places as an athlete is looking for their flask to have their nutrition with them all day.
A great point, Danny. Maybe we can come back and talk a little bit more about that. Before we do, just want to give a shout out to Marie Neve, who just came through in 5th place, followed by Alice Gaggy in 6th. As our 7th place woman here is coming into the camera frame. Now on our right, Christian Allen, the great American from Utah, in the lead of the men's race. Coming back to what you said about the flasks and Snow King, I think this is also representative of just the professionalization of the sport. If you've ever watched a big city marathon like Boston or New York or whatever, you know that the professional athletes have dedicated bottle people out on the course to hand things off to them. The same thing is happening here in the Golden Trail World Series, where an athlete like Christian or Anna on our screens now can actually give a bottle to an individual who will have it ready for them at Snow King. A really cool service. It does help them stay on top of their nutrition, which you rightly identified is critical. Back on the men's race here on the right-hand side, we've got Taylor Stack and Mason Copy, two young bucks coming up in the sport who've got mountains of potential and many years in front of them. Do you have any fun comments or anecdotes on these two?
I'm not surprised. Myself and my friend MK Sullivan, we have a podcast called the Sub Hub Podcast, and these were two kind of like our dark horse picks. Also, if you are a brand out there looking for a young gun who is up and coming and catching momentum, somebody please sponsor Mason Copy. Like, this kid is one to watch. He recently was second at the USA Mountain Running Championships just a couple weeks ago on a very lethally technical course. So the fact that he's out here kicking it with the best fast running trail runners, I mean, it's just a testament to the kid's talent.
Yep, I think both, as you mentioned, punched his ticket to Team USA at the World Championships, a big breakthrough for a young athlete, unsponsored to this point, but I'm sure there are a few brands circling, identifying these next-gen talents. And actually, this is maybe an interesting thing to talk about, too. Both Broken Arrow specifically and the Golden Trail World Series generally have been such a great pipeline for these young athletes who, I mean, coming up in my generation, I'm older than you are, Danny, but when I was coming up in the sport, you really had to, in order to race professionally, you had to be doing the 50 milers, 100 milers, 100 Ks in order to be noticed by the brands. But Golden Trail has really changed that, and I think Broken Arrow too was ahead of its time in identifying just how fun and exciting sub-ultra distance racing is. And now we're seeing athletes coming straight out of college as strictly trail runners. This is a new phenomenon.
Yes, I mean, that was a large reason why I came out to Broken Arrow in 2018, is it was one of the few races that I was racing for my distance that had a check, you know, for the podium finishers. And so that was life-changing for me in that moment. So I'd agree, Broken Arrow was definitely ahead of its time. And yeah, it's just really cool because I would say up until now, Broken Arrow has been our national treasure. It's where we identify our next world-class athletes. But now the world-class athletes are here competing alongside of us. It just seems like, you know, what the trajectory was all along for Broken Arrow. So big shout out to Brendan and team.
Yeah, and it looks like Philmon is bridging back up to Christian Allen, closing that gap ever so slightly. Still very early in the race here. You mentioned being able to earn a check here. It also makes me $50,000 of prize money this weekend, the second biggest prize purse in all of trail running, I believe, behind Run Rabbit Run. So a big shout out to the race organization for reinvesting in the professional athletes, giving them something to be excited about and a little bit more opportunity to build a career in the sport. It is getting easier, we should say, but still definitely not easy for professional athletes to make a full-time go of it, pay their bills, have health insurance, and be able to put their heart and soul into their training. So shout out to Broken Arrow for making that a little bit easier. So these lead three in the men's race, Andy Wacker, Taylor Stack, Mason Copy.
That looks to be 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, probably 3, 4, 5. And where we identified Taylor and Mason as being these next-gen up-and-comers, we'll just repeat ourselves. Andy Wacker is the opposite. He is kind of the leader. You mentioned the trail team, a great organization that he has put together. And really, like, again, in the same way Broken Arrow is providing opportunities, Andy Wacker has personally provided a ton of opportunities for especially young, up-and-coming American sub-ultra distance trail runners.
Andy Walker is an incredible ambassador in the sport. Even when I was getting started, he was already recruiting kind of my generation that was coming in. He is the biggest supporter, the biggest fan of anybody just trying to get in. And he actually recently had Haglund surgery. And the quote that I've heard from him is he wished he would have had it sooner. For years, there's a pass right there. Now Taylor Stack and Mason Copy, I mean, they are still all together. Andy is going to hang in there.
But also, Philemon moves ahead of Christian on the left-hand side. So.
Oh, wow. A couple of moves there.
So Philemon hanging back early, just in front of him.
And it looks like they're about to hit that left turn when we were hitting the women as well. Yes, they're coming up on it. You could see the trees starting to thin. The trees are beginning to part for these front two leaders. So pretty soon we will be starting the first of 3 very, very steep climbs. So yeah, we will see. I'm going to guess they're going to run up it as Joyce and Madalena did as well.
Cut back to a beautiful drone shot here, the Lake Tahoe Basin. I think that's the Snow King aid station there, where athletes will be able to do a bottle swap like we mentioned just a second ago. It is a beautiful day here in Northern California, a perfect day to race super hard, roughly 2 hours of total racing here for the women, a little bit less than that for the men. We're about 46 minutes elapsed for the women's race, 6 minutes elapsed in the men's race. Course record watch, we'll repeat ourselves again. 2:06 is the standard for the women set by Sophia Lockley in 2022. 1:45 for the men set by Patrick Kipnano just last year. 1:45 on this course, and 2:06 for that matter, is absolutely phenomenal. And there we see Patrick for the first time after just mentioning his name, our defending champion here, a two-time vertical world champion, and he's also been, you know, one of the best athletes on the Golden Trail World Series over the last handful of years. Patrick Kipnano, it looks like in a pretty solid position, and it looks like 2 spots ahead of him is El Hussein, if I'm not mistaken. El Hussein, of course, the reigning Golden Trail World Series champion, the flying camel from Morocco, they call him. And it looks like they're racing and
looks like they're cresting, they're going over the ridge right now. Patrick, let's keep eyes on him. Look at those elbows pulling back. He is having some great forward momentum going up this hill, and he is really starting to close that ground on the men ahead of him. So
I mean, he's the best climber in the field, so let's see if he starts moving up in the pack. I would say, though, I'm surprised both he and El Hussein being a little bit further back in the pack than I would have anticipated, maybe racing a little bit more conservatively here today. Both did not race the Ascent on Friday, so you'd think they'd be fresh and hitting the gas pedal maybe a little bit harder here this morning, but we still have a long way to go as they begin this first grinding climb. Still looking very strong here in the opening miles.
Yes, and I will say Christian Allen does have that effect on men's fields where he just takes off like a rocket and he can make even the world's best run. That is very much the Christian Allen MO as far as, you know, getting out for these shorter races. So yes, I think it also will be interesting. El Hussein to me is probably the best downhiller in the world as far as versatility. The man has been one of the very few who are close to catching.
Oh, they're at the front. There's Christian and Philemon. So we are at the front here of the men's race. So
wow. Okay, this is interesting. This is very interesting. I would say of those 3 up front, Philemon and El Hussein are the primo downhill runners, especially with Christian Allen coming off of injury. I would imagine Philemon and Christian are very aware El Hussein is right behind them, and they're going to try and burn his legs as best as they possibly can before they crest over the hill, because he's the last person you want behind you.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, but you're going to want to have a gap on El Hussein and a chance to be in front at the finish line in front of the world's best downhill runner. The women on the right-hand side, a beautiful drone visual, seeing the California granite that is the trademark of this area. It looks like Madalena Floria, hands on knees just ahead of Joyce and Jayru. It looks like they may be opening up a little bit of gap to the American duo of Lauren Gregory and Anna Gibson here as we are almost 50 minutes into the women's race. Danny, we've mentioned it a couple of times, but the Fantastic Four in the men's race, 3 out of the 4 are racing here today. Noticeably and unfortunately absent is the great Remy Bonnet. Say a few words about him and why he's not on the start line today.
Yes, unfortunately, we got breaking news just yesterday that Remy Bonnet is out with a stress fracture. Very unfortunate news. I would say Remy Bonnet was the pioneer of that group. He just had an incredible 2020 beatable, really. And when you have someone that great and you have people who rise to meet that occasion, you have to give respects where respects are due. He helped raise the bar, and these men now all saw that and said, you know what? I think I can do that too. So big shout out to Remy. We are missing you out here today, but I hope you are relaxing and recovering.
Sheesh, Madalena looking great here, breaking back into a running cadence. Joyce just on her heels, and no sign of Lauren or Anna quite yet. We mentioned it earlier, but Madalena, an amazing climber here.
Yes,
putting those skills to work. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. This is reminding me of Mammoth Trail Fest last year, actually. These two were battling up front, and Anna was not very far behind them as well. So very similar course that has an up-down profile at altitude.
Definitely a gap Here now to the intentionally putting the pressure on the field. Madalena did not run the vertical on Friday. A storyline will follow throughout the broadcast here today. Joyce did. She finished second place behind Anna Gibson. So we'll see whether maybe some of that taxing energy of going full gas uphill for 25 minutes.
As you guys can see, this ridge line, as they get higher and higher, they become more and more exposed to the elements, i.e. wind, and it just being cooler overall. So yeah, these long sleeves very, very well pay off.
I can't identify
The fourth place.
I guess fifth place male here, but I've seen him around the village over the last couple of days. Probably one of our European athletes, as we finally see Anna Gibson coming up in third place here. It looks like she moved back ahead of Lauren Greger, looking really strong. Going from a running cadence to a hiking cadence. And these top four women still all very much in the mix. Even though Madalena seems like is making a move here, it could be that Anna and Lauren are saving a little bit of energy, pacing themselves a little bit differently and holding some of those matches for later in the race.
Yes, I would definitely agree. Lauren Gregory is a very, very good descender. And being able to have some fast legs, Lauren Gregory and Anna Gibson, I think, both have a sub 4:10 1500 meter time. So that will definitely pay off as they start to crest the hill as well. But like you said, we still have quite a bit of climbing to go. Again, having run this loop twice yesterday, I would gather to say they have roughly 30,
I remember Jen Lichter said that it was
Tony ran. So I crested the hill in 125. Jen crested the top in 120. So these women maybe have 15, 20 more minutes of climbing.
All right.
That's long.
So roughly 120 is when we'll likely see them on the famous ladder that Broken Arrow's become known for. In fifth place here is Marie Neve marching up the hill. And it looks like Alice Gaggy still in fifth, a little bit further down. I'm sorry, in sixth, Alice Gaggy. And the drone shot here does show some of the high country here in Palisades, Tahoe, a place with a rich history and tradition of trail running. Off in sort of the center top of your screen is the famous escarpment on the Western States 100 course, the high point of the world's oldest and most iconic 100-mile race taking place next weekend. As Joyce moves back ahead of Madalena, they're still running together here on a merciful uphill again.
Yes, I believe they actually have a very short downhill section, and then they'll start another climb. Again, those rhythm breakers are just scattered throughout. I mean, even if you just look at this beautiful shot of these ridge lines, they don't all just go straight up. They kind of go up and down a treacherous roller coaster. I personally, this is one of my favorite downhills on the course. It's absolutely beautiful. The mule's ears, the loop-in are all showing off this June. Just absolutely picturesque. I really hope the folks at home realize how beautiful and stunning this Palisades Tahoe course is.
I just got a text from our friend and colleague Travis Longcar, who is identifying that being Lucas Earl at the back of that men's pack, who I believe is Bear with us. As we look through the window here, Danny, we can see a ton of people marching up the hill there, probably part of the kids race. I think those are all the parents going uphill to cheer on their youngsters, part of the Broken Arrow Festival here. Everybody has an opportunity to experience the great sport of trail running, even the youngsters on the mountain. I'm calling it right now. My son is going to win that thing next year.
How old is he now?
He's almost 3.
Yes, I call that too.
Yeah.
No, it just warms my heart to see so many people enjoying the greatest sport in the world, and for them to be able to witness a world-class event at the same time, it's just absolutely incredible. It looks like we had just a Terex male athlete pass. That might have been Charlie.
No, that was, I think...
this from yesterday?
No, I think that was Josh Eberly, head coach and leader of the Western Western State University mountain sport program. It's one of the only, certainly the leading kind of outdoor mountain sport clubs
Yes.
in the country from a university perspective. And they've produced a ton of amazing talent out of that university, exposing young, talented endurance athletes to trail running. People like Jeshrin Small, who had a great race yesterday.
Cole
Campbell, Cade Michael, Taylor Stack, I think was part of that
He might have,
crew.
yes,
At least he's from that Gunnison area. So just want to give a shout out to Josh Apperly, who's a great athlete in his own right, in probably his mid-40s now. He's really taken a leadership role, like Andy Wacker, in sort of developing this next group of talented athletes.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. It's really cool to see the trail running starting to be incorporated at the university level. On our right-hand side, we have another change. Lena took the lead, and Joy said, no, not today. I am still here. And now she is leading through. This section is actually a nice break for the legs before you start the final ascent, before you hit the ladder on the top. It is very, very runnable, similar to those first 4 to 5 miles. Mega moves can be made here because if you strategically put your legs and your heart right for the previous hour or so of racing, you can run this, and you can actually run this next part of the climb coming up.
We just had a glimpse of the lead men. We'll see them here momentarily just for our
there we go.
audience. Yep.
Wow.
Okay, so Patrick makes his, Philemon out front, followed by his good friend, teammate, and training partner, Patrick Kipnano, just in front of El Hussein El Azawi, the reigning Golden Trail World Series champion, and then the American phenom, Christian Allen, putting himself, making a move here along the ridge. Definitely has a few seconds of a gap. Let's see if he starts trying to extend it over the rest of the top men in this race.
I sang the praises of Elisine Helazawi, who we see behind him in the normal kit as being a great descender, but I cannot attest more that Philemon Kiriago is also one of the world's best descenders. He gave Kilian Jornet a run for his money, who we consider the GOAT at downhill running last year at Sierra Zanal, where both of them went under the previous course record. So without the pressure of Philemon on Bogo, I dare to say Kilian may have not broken that historic record.
And we'll remember Philemon on the losing end of a couple painful sprint finishes last year, both at the Headlands 27K and at the Mammoth Trail Fest, then actually being on the winning end of one earlier this season, beating El Hussein by just a couple of seconds. But a very good chance we're going to be seeing a sprint finish down that closing stretch here today, and you're not going to want to miss it. Philemon Kiriago looking incredibly strong on the right-hand side of our screen in the lead of the men's race.
Yes, I'm sure he had a couple of sleepless nights losing a couple of those sprints, so maybe that's why we're seeing this second coming of already an incredible athlete being able to close and notch and take those wins. I will say, too, I want to point out, as you guys may notice, Philemon Kiriago, who is leading, and Patrick Kipnego, who is in second, they are on the same team, and they very much talk about their mantra of running together. We train together. We race together, and I just think that's such a unique aspect, and truly, I think maybe where the sport is heading, where we are not only racing out here as individuals, but we are racing as a team.
Love it, love it, love it. The women's race now just over 1 hour elapsed, so we are approaching the course record standard here set by Sophia Lockley in 2022 at 2 hours and 6 minutes. Both Danny and myself anticipating, given the depth of competition and the beautiful, perfect day for racing, that record certainly in danger. But we are about the halfway mark. We'll also remind our audience the men started 20 minutes later. The standard for them, 1:45, set by Patrick Kipnano. So roughly 1 hour to go for both races.
Yes, and roughly the entire downhill, sorry for using the American imperial system, but in miles is a little over 7 miles. So if you think about it, these women will be running slightly under an hour as they start to descend, and the men, you know, a little bit quicker than that. So it is a very fast descent. Here we see
3 of the Fantastic Four here now in our picture, followed by Christian Allen, who's hoping to get a Fantastic 5. We see Philemon Kiriago in front, Patrick Kipnano in second, and El Hussein El Azawi in third. The top 3 finishers in the Golden Trail World Series last year, though in reverse order to how they are positioned now. Certainly, much like in the women's race, no surprises at the front of the men's race.
No surprises. I mean, they are showing why they are called the Fantastic Four. As I mentioned, Christian Allen is known for cracking open these things, and just watching two of the three of these men kind of sit back and just know what they feel is the right pocket of pain for these 2-hour races, actually sub 2-hour races. It's just always a masterpiece watching them come to work.
Man, this Lucas Earl kid also very much still in the mix, just behind Christian in 6th place, looking incredibly strong, the German. So far in the top 6, a Moroccan and a German.
Yes, truly a global Golden Trail World Series race. This is what the folks
Sorry,
came
that's the
for.
top 5, excuse me, top 5.
And they, oh my gosh, the fact that they are running up this is very tough terrain, you guys. I would imagine, again, it's a little bit more packed down, but this is an incredibly sandy uphill. So just a testament, again, to how strong these men are.
Yeah, and an unbelievable shot here, looking out at the Sierra, the beautiful granite hills with pine forests, breaking out above the tree line here soon as they make their way higher up the mountain towards the high point, at which point it really does become a runner's race. We'll see that firsthand here momentarily, but they still have a little bit of time to climb. As we said, for the women, we anticipate them making their way up towards a lap, so it's still probably about 15 minutes of climbing. Moving back onto the left-hand side of our screen, we see Mason Copy in great position here, the young developing American we talked about just a moment ago, who punched his ticket to Team USA. He's having a great start here today also.
Yes, I will say too, as we said, like, this has always been an American gem. You can make your name by showing up to this race and winning or podiuming. And so it will be interesting to see, you know, while we have the global World Series podium, how the Americans will shake out as well. And folks, if you see some more bodies that they are passing who look like runners, that is because the men are starting to catch the women. They started only 20 minutes behind them, and based on the time frames that we've had, we are expecting the winners will be finishing close to one another. So if you see bodies we're not calling out the names for, that's because that is part of the women's field.
Catalina Floria opening up a couple-second gap on Joyce and Jeru as they make their way up this extremely steep and sort of sandy, soft underfoot conditions. This is a really tough moment in the race, but it looks like Madalena making great work out of it and maybe attempting to open up a bit of a gap here on defending champion Joyce and Jeru.
Yes, as you guys can see in the drone footage, this is a very steep grade. I believe we're starting to get into that 20 to 30% grade. I'm just floored right now that Madalena is still running up this. This is a very steep pitch. Not only that, you are raising in altitude. You're starting to get close to 8,000 feet of altitude at this point in the race. Yes, a lot of winners are made on this climb.
What a shot. What a shot of the women there.
So time will only tell. They have a little bit more climbing, but...
We'll notice just, you know, interpreting the body language from a significant distance here. Madalena still in a running cadence while Joyce is sort of moving back and forth between jogging and hiking. Both skills are important to have as athletes, but maybe a telltale sign that Madalena's feeling a little bit better. As we've mentioned a couple of times, she's probably the better pure climber between she and Joyce. Would you agree with that?
It's tough to say.
Splitting hairs.
Yeah,
splitting hairs here. But either way, both incredible climbers. Maybe Madalena feeling a little bit better here, just judging by body language, though could also just be testament to Madalena thinking she's got to play her cards now, maybe feeling that the likes of Joyce and Anna and Lauren have that pedigree that, you know, might make them a little bit more dangerous on the faster section. So Madalena Floria in control of the women's race now. Joyce and Jeru in second, and doesn't even seem a picture at this moment, though still a long way to race. Back on the men's race on the left-hand side, well, that's Sam Chalanga there, somebody we talked about in our pre-show yesterday, an interesting character.
I'm a big fan of that gentleman. He's a huge track icon.
And we're back with the lead men now here on a merciful flatter rolling section here in between these grinding climbs. No movement, it seems. Top 5 still established as Philemon Kiriago, Patrick Ipnano, El Hussein El Azawi, Christian Allen, and Lucas Earl is our top 5 in the men's race.
So at this section of the course, they have just a little bit more climbing before they hit the iconic scramble, and you will soon be seeing these women crossing over the exposed ladder. Personally, I'm a fan of this section of the course. This is where I also moved into third place. Run this section, you can start to create some distance before you hit the ladder, which is, I think, a really key move in this race if you're trying to fight for whatever place that you are. So again, I think Madalena is 100% making the right call. If she can run it out, you can catch your breath a little bit when she gets to the top, but you know, Joyce still has her in her eyesight, and Joyce, like we said, was the overall Golden Trail World Series winner last year. She is a competitor at heart, so do not count Joyce out just yet.
Yep. Moved over to Team Normal at the end of the year, so kind of new beginnings for Joyce here after a breakout season in 2024. She's had a bit of adversity here in the early part of 2025, making a wrong turn at the Golden Trail World Series event in Japan. But, you know, of course, that's part of sport, part of life. We all have our ups and downs, so Joyce bouncing back one better here today.
Yes, couldn't agree anymore. It looks like Philemon still has the lead, but not by much, maybe 5 or 6 seconds or so, with Patrick and El Hussein not far behind. And as you remember watching the women on this section, this is kind of your last runnable section before you're pitching all the way to the top. So you either take it as a reprieve and catch your breath, or you try to capture some seconds on the person in front of you.
This is really, really a brutal, brutal section on the course here. As you said, it is a moment of reprieve, I guess, a moment of recovery, but you know you've got nowhere to hide as you make your way up to the very top. There's no rest. You got to stay on that gas pedal, and then once you crest the official high point, let gravity do a little bit of work for you finally. To me, Danny, without having total perfect perspective here, but I think these women are on pace to probably crest the top well under an hour and 20.
Yes, they definitely are. I forget how long it should take them to get over the ladder, maybe roughly 3 to 5 minutes, depending on their scrambling skills. There is a little bit of route finding, and if you're feeling hypoxic, that suddenly becomes 10 times more difficult than it should be, but I think they're going to be just fine.
Philemon Kiriago, followed by Patrick Ipnano and El Hussein El Azawi, the 3 best sub-ultra distance racers on the planet right now, in the lead of the men's race, basically together, though with Philemon slightly ahead. We'll remind our audience, Patrick Ipnano sitting in second is unequivocally the best ascender in the world, a 2-time world champion in the vertical, now in second place, bridge Philemon Kiriago, but El Hussein always in the mix. There are no weaknesses in this man's game. He is the best descender of the bunch. Though, again, we're splitting hairs a little bit. That's what he's known for. And, yeah, again, we are very much seeing it play out just in the way that we anticipated prior to today's race. And we see just behind those lead 3, just for our audience so they're not confused, that is Patty O'Leary carrying a camera there. He is part of our production team here today. Shout out Patty, raising his hand there, doing the Lord's work for us. He is definitely VO2 maxing up the hill to keep up with these world-class athletes here today. A big thank you to Patty and the whole camera team. Philemon Kiriago, Patrick Ipnano, El Hussein El Azawi now officially together at the lead of the race. Let's see if Patrick maybe tries to put a little here into the final part of the climb.
Yeah, no, exactly to your point. I was thinking this looks like the beginning of a funny joke, you know, a Zagama winner, a Sierra Zanales winner, and a 2-time VK world champion walk into the Broken Arrow start line. Let's see what happens. Yeah. It looks like Madalena and Joyce, I would honestly call them step by step. Like this terrain, you are scrambling. Personally, I don't like to be next to someone on this section because if you fall, it actually could be very detrimental. You can take a very serious serious injury, but that's what makes this sport so fun, so interesting. This is a sky race. As you can see, they have some handrails to make sure that they are safe and kept on the cliff, but I mean, folks, it doesn't get much better than this. There's very few places, especially in North America, where you can get this level of exposure during a trail race.
And what a shot on the left-hand side here. A drone visual as these little high point on the course now together approaching the ladder, and they will crest the hill certainly well under that hour and 20-minute threshold. So I think it is safe to say they are certainly on that course record pace that we've been talking about all morning, and here they are going up the famous red ladder here in the Broken Arrow 23K, part of all three of the race courses here this weekend. Though we'll remember on Friday the ascent was shortened due to gale force winds up on the mountain. That has given way to an absolutely perfect day for racing here in Palisades, Tahoe. Madalena Floria, Joyce and Jayru, two of the best athletes in the world, pushing them each other to the limit here as they come up to the highest point on the course.
Yes, and it'll actually be pretty close with the course record, because that was Jen Lichter who en route to her 46K win. So
Yep.
if they'll need to run sub 7-minute pace the entire way down of this downhill, or average that. And folks, that is in the cards, especially with these two ladies.
The snow staircase here. Shout out to the race organization going the extra mile to dig these steps in for all the athletes on the race course. We will remind our viewers that there are more than 600 runners who took the start line this morning. We're focusing our coverage, of course, on the professional racers. But like they say here at Broken Arrow, whether you finish first or last, you are a rock star. And those steps, I'm sure, will be appreciated by both the front and the back of the pack.
They are very appreciated.
A beautiful morning. Hard to tell whether there's any wind up there. The wind has sort of been in and out of the valley over the last couple of days, but look for racing. It was 40 degrees Fahrenheit here in the village this morning, so likely about freezing up there at the top of the mountain right now, but really perfect conditions for fast racing. Certainly much better than the alternative, it being warm.
Yes, no, definitely. And this is comedically the flattest portion of the course, folks. It is also at the highest point in the race. This is going to be a key section. They're about to crest over this plateau that you see here. And it is actually quite technical, and you have a little bit of a step down, though I saw a gentleman jump off it yesterday, and that was the first time that I saw that. But this is where us in the trail running space, especially in the sub-ultra, it's time to grip it and rip it. So these girls are going to go down this technical terrain roughly for maybe a minute, and then we are going to see them open up. Oh, let's go.
Here it comes, folks. This is where things start getting extremely exciting. The climb is all about establishing a position. The downhill is all about racing, sometimes taking some risks. We all know that falling in this sport is sort of comes with the territory. It's a rite of passage. We don't want to see any injuries, but at this point, you really do have to put your body on the line in some cases in order to earn victories at this high of a level. They make their way down this sort of talus field here, and then they'll jump onto the service road here on the ski area, where they will be running low 5-minute pace, maybe even faster than that for a couple of miles, dropping into Shirley Canyon. And we should say it is a 7-mile descent, but there is that painful 500-foot climb out of Shirley Canyon that they still have to confront before.
Here we have, it looks to be third-place woman, Lauren Gregory. She is running. It looks like she just crested over to be the snow steps there.
Yeah, so
Yes.
she's probably 90 seconds back. Lauren Gregory still
Wow.
very much in the hunt
race.
here today. Yep.
Yes, Lauren Gregory is an incredible downhill runner. So she not only has that sub-4 10-minute speed in the 1,500 meters, but she is very good at technical descending. So I would not count her out as someone who personally made up over 3.5 minutes yesterday on the downhill. If you are a downhill descender, just go for it.
Coming back to something we said earlier in the broadcast, Lauren Gregory was making her home in Vermont, up in New England at sea level. A great place to live and a good place to train, but certainly without the altitude exposure as we look at the high altitude terrain here in the Lake Tahoe base stand in recent months. So Lauren Gregory moving up to altitude in Boulder, Colorado, really becoming one of the hubs in trail running. No surprises there. It's long been known as the training ground for people in track and field, triathlon, mountaineering, a great place to live and train, and the new home of Lauren Gregory running very strong in third place.
Yes, she has the perfect mix of all the attributes that make a great athlete, having earned her trail running stripes on the Beast Coast, as we like to say it, and now training at altitude. So I hope that she is feeling great up here. As we could see, these women are moving. I would gather to say they're running close to 5:15 pace, if not faster. That's minutes per mile. The thing that is tough about this downhill is once someone gaps you, because most of it is quite fast, it is hard to make up ground.
Yep.
But like Dylan said, there is the climb at a Shirley mile. That is a big, steep climb, and you actually have 3 more hitters of a climb after that, and you could feel it in your legs. Like, you want to walk, but you have to run, because technically, in quotes, it's a Boston Marathon type downhill.
Holy smokes.
There,
It doesn't do it justice, but we do have eyes on the lead 2 women going incredibly fast down this service road here in Palisades, Tahoe. This, of course, is a famous ski area in the winter time, so these roads are utilized by the team in the summer months to maintain this important recreational ground here for mountain lovers here in Northern California. Joyce and Jeru absolutely sending it along the service road here, leading the women's race with Madalena Floria, the great Romanian, breathing down her neck. 1 hour, 20 minutes a lap.
I mean, it hasn't been established, there hasn't been a name for it, but these 2 women, when you have a runnable course, they are strong rivals. They also are great friends, which, again, one of the best sports, if not the best sport in the world. There's just a great amount of camaraderie amongst the women in this entire series. Personally, I've made a ton of friends, best friends, great friends in this series, and these 2 women encapsulate that as well. Competitors on the track, friends on the track, and, you know, just hugs all around.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, Danny, and I think that's one of the important things for our viewers to keep in mind here. Yes, it is about the competition. We do care who wins and loses, but at the end of the day, trail running really is all about friendship, community, and relationships. And one of the cool things about the Golden Trail World Series, as I understand it as a fan and as an observer, is the fact that these athletes are traveling around the world more or less together, oftentimes staying together. It really is friendship and camaraderie that emerges in that type of environment. But then when the gun goes off, the gloves come off, so to speak, and they are not afraid to do battle. So we've got eyes on the lead 2 women here. Joyce on the left, Madalena on the right, and we are going to be looking for a hard left-hand turn down into Shirley Canyon here in just a couple of minutes.
And what goes up must come down, folks. Like, as we mentioned, there was a lot of 15 to 20%, even 30% climbs, as we see the men on the right-hand side. You replicate that because it is a loop course where you start, you finish. And so when they're about to take this left into Shirley Canyon, there's a section in Strava, I think it's called like Shirley Quadbuster, and you are descending 1,500 feet in 2 miles. So if your quads are not ready, if you're not hydrated, if you haven't been having electrolytes or any sort of sugar, glucose, etc., you can cramping, which can be such a tough thing to experience in a race. We do not want to see that here with the lead women, but just in case the camera doesn't do it justice, they are about to be descending 20 to 15% grade in just a second here.
Moving back to the men's race on the white right-hand side of our screen here, Philemon Kiriago in front of Patrick Gipmeno and El Hussein El Azawi. Hard to tell if the others behind them. No, yep, those are in the women's race. So it looks like a pack of 3 now at the front of the men's race with Christian Allen and Lucas Earl It looks like off the back just a little bit, and this is the who's who in sub-ultra distance racing globally right now. The two Kenyans and the Moroccan, no surprises coming up over the top together, just over an hour elapsed. This is going to be a very exciting second half of the race.
I mean, you couldn't have written a better. Again, 3 of the Fantastic 4, they all can descend, they all can run fast. I mean, we have seen great clips of El Hussein battling it out with both Philemon and Patrick. It's anybody's game at this point.
Anybody's game here.
And let's not count out Lucas as well. Like you said, he is right behind there. I think it will be tough to catch these 3, but he is making a name for himself today. And yeah, I just think just keep eyes on him.
Philemon and Patrick both catching a glimpse over their shoulders here, wondering whether they're in danger from behind, but it seems to me like these 3 lead men are going to be battling for their respective spots on the podium. Not to get too far ahead of ourselves here now, but we are in for very exciting final 45 minutes of the race here. Again, just to repeat for the audience, the course record time to beat here set last year by Patrick Kipnanoer, and 45 minutes, so roughly 40 minutes left in this men's race.
For 7 miles of racing.
40 minutes left in both races, really, so
Yes.
don't go anywhere. Lucas Earl, it looks like, coming over the top in 4th place with Christian Allen on his heels, maybe 30 seconds behind the lead
Yes.
group of 3? A really big opportunity here for both these men to have breakthroughs, right? And especially someone like Lucas Earl. Yes, he's won the ETC at UTMB Mont Blanc, but probably racing here in the U.S. for the first time, an important opportunity for any young developing athlete, and for him to bring home, potentially breaking onto the podium, but at least a top 5 performance here today would be huge for a young up-and-comer like Lucas Earl.
Yes, and from what I understand, last year in the European Up-Down Championships, Lucas Earl was putting a lot of pressure on Roberto Della descending. So I have a feeling he will be able to close the gap. I just don't know by how much in this moment. But yes, incredible opportunity for those 2 to be in the same breath of conversation of 3 of the Fantastic 4 today.
Lucas Earl was my Rookie of the Year last year in our end-of-year podcast that we always do. I have never seen him race personally, but as somebody who always reads through every race result I can get my hands on, I have identified his name a number of times, and it's great to see him racing here in the U.S. for the first time. And now these men are about to hit this service road, and look out, folks. It's going to be fireworks. They are going to be on the gas pedal in a way that you will rarely see captured on camera. Wow. And thank goodness we have bikes in order to keep up.
I was going to say, this is definitely a part of the course that will, with Hero Dirt, becomes extremely quick. It already is pretty quick, but it's quite slow. We're about to hit that Hero Dirt here on the service road, and they are opening up, folks.
And real quick, Danny, we just saw El Hussein move past Patrick and just behind Philemon here. We'll just remind the audience here, El Hussein is known for being the downhill guy of this group of 3. So not asserting himself at the front yet, but moving in front of Patrick because he's so comfortable on this type of terrain, and just settling in right behind Philemon. And this is where the tactics come in, because El Hussein, he could make his move here right now, knowing that this is his strength, or he could wait for those final couple of miles and have it be a sprint finish, as it has been so many times. But now we've got Philemon and El Hussein with a little bit of a gap back to Patrick Kipnanoer, the front 2 men. Philemon feels the presence of the Golden Trail World Series champion on his heels here as they hit this service road, running under 5-minute pace right now. It's hard to appreciate it. Absolutely flying.
Just look at their legs coming up behind them leaning forward. Their arms are smooth. I think we're in for a race, everyone. It's kind of interesting because this first part of the downhill is the fastest part. It is service road. As you can see, pretty much not a visible rock in sight. They'll descend down into Shirley Canyon, have one more ascent, but then the last part of the course is actually the most technical. So yes, we are in for a wild ride.
in for a wild ride. We see Patrick Kipnano on the right-hand side, just a couple seconds behind those lead two men. Will remind you that he is our defending champion now, certainly not out of the race here, though, with a slight, tiny gap. I mean, just a couple of seconds here. Patrick, if we're putting our sort of like, you know, in-studio quarterback helmets on here, from a commentary perspective, you would think that Patrick needs to remain descending, and then he has to make his move on that climb out of Shirley Canyon in order to have a chance to win here today.
I couldn't agree more. I think that would lean into his strength. So if I were him, I would be pulling the ripcord and making sure this connection is nice and tight before they make that sharp left turn into Shirley Canyon. Wow, Philemon's starting to open up just a little bit here. It is a little deceiving to the eye because I would say El Hussein is only maybe 3, maybe 2 seconds behind him, but he is doing that intentionally. He is trying to break El Hussein, and El Hussein is a very difficult runner to break.
No question about it. So again here, a couple more miles of descending into Shirley Canyon, that Shirley Quadbuster that Danny just mentioned. As I understand it, that becomes maybe the most challenging section of descending, also not only steep, but pretty technical also. Maybe you could share a little bit about that with the audience.
So the Shirley Quadbuster is actually quite buffed out like this. It is a service road. You'll take a right-hand turn into Shirley Canyon itself, the most picturesque part of the course. There's actually a little bit of scrambling still in there. That is littered with death cookies, and there's actually quite a bit of water still on the trail as well, making everything quite slick and slippery. So you have to be paying attention. And once you come out of Shirley Canyon, then there are death cookies. So imagine the size of a good chocolate chip cookie, but it is pure granite here and the size of your palm. If you roll your ankle on that, it could be a race ender. And so these men will be, no doubt, running sub 5 minute across ankle busters for the last 15 minutes of this race. Looks like El Hussein.
Yeah.
Looked like he might.
Well, he's like communicating with Patrick. This is interesting. Huh. Okay, this is interesting here, folks. Philemon Curiago out front, and it looked like El Hussein was signaling Patrick in some way and allowing him to bridge back up. Let's see if they may try and work together here, or if maybe El Hussein's dealing with a little bit of a difficulty.
Yeah.
Or is that Philemon now in the back?
Let's see in a second. It
Hard to
looks
tell
like
here. Either way, they're all three basically. Yeah,
It
there's
is
Philemon in the back.
back.
So maybe he had to stop to deal with an equipment issue, maybe tie his shoe or use the bathroom.
Like
But they're
I
about to take the sharp left here all together, and again, it's a three-man race.
As someone who, has experienced injury, like these service roads, while they are nice and buffed out, they often can be the most lethal to an athlete's ankle because you're running at such high speed. So if you clip even the smallest rocks, I mean, that is how you're just running at such a fast speed, and imagine the amount of impact that you are hitting your bones at that point with. So I hope Philemon is okay. Maybe he rolled something, but it looks like he's coming. It just looks like he's limping a little bit. But I hope I'm not reading too much into it.
As somebody who's broken both of his ankles participating in this sport, it gives me the willies just thinking about it. I want to give a shout out also to young Will Murray, who just had to pull out of the Western States 100 a couple of days ago because of a last-minute avulsion fracture of his ankle sustained in and around this area. So again, this isn't, I mean, it's not all about endurance in this sport. It is about mountain skills. There are injuries that happen. It's always unfortunate when it occurs. You have to be careful, but
It is an extreme sport.
yeah, it is. I mean, it definitely does require into mental resilience as well. As we look back at the beautiful Lake Tahoe Basin, you see the famous lake there in the background on the right-hand side. On our left-hand side, the lead men's pack dropping into Shirley Canyon.
Yes, I would imagine we don't see the top women right now because they are in Shirley Canyon. That is a tough area to get service. Like I said, there are basically rivers on the trail right now. There's actually a lot of snow. They will have a snow climb out of there. So I imagine we'll get cameras back on Madalena and Joyce and see how their race has developed once they climb back out.
Okay, so those three men still together. Philemon on the right, Patrick on the left, El Hussein slightly behind. Two Kenyans and a Moroccan, the three best in the world unequivocally at this type of racing. And this is in all likelihood going to be coming down to the final meters of the race. As you see, it's really hard to break each other because each of these athletes does have so much talent and so much fitness. And, you know, as we mentioned earlier, climbing is really usually where that separation happens. So unless there's a gap that's established on that climb out of Shirley Canyon, we could see a 1-2-3 sprint finish back down the hill and into Palisades Tahoe, just adjacent to where we sit here in the studio.
Yes, if I was one of these men, Shirley Canyon becomes a single track. It becomes much more difficult to pass the people in front of you. And then again, once you come out of Shirley Canyon, it opens up for maybe a little over a mile or a 2K where there is room to pass. But once you hit that technical single track, you're in these very, very tight switchbacks. And you don't want to get caught behind someone who is, you know, maybe having a different downhill running rhythm than you. So I would imagine as we move into the single track, and that person will become the new pace setter for these fantastic three.
Yeah. Okay, while we have a...
All right, they're in the single track.
Is that Christian Allen who just bridged back up? I think it is.
Wow. No surprise.
Holy smokes, the
Wow.
foot speed on Christian Allen, the father of three from Utah, the Ascent champion, hoping to break his way into the fantastic fivesome. Christian Allen coming back from injury, sticking his nose in it, bridging that gap on the descent to these guys. That is absolutely sick. It's hard to confirm whether or not that's him, but that white t-shirt, and it looks like his trademark mullet hair flowing behind him. Christian Allen putting himself in the mix. So cool to see. And while we're watching these lead men, I have some updates from further back on the course, okay? So we'll just go through these now. Oh, and it's up on our screen here too. So Nel Azawi in the top three, Christian Allen in fourth, Lucas Earl in fifth, and Cam Smith from Crested Butte in sixth, Taylor Stack seventh, Mason Copy eighth, Remy LaRue, the Canadian, in ninth, and Jared Gilligman rounding out the top 10. I'm going to switch over to the women here. Give me just a second. Sorry, bear with me here. Okay, so women here real quick, Danny, and then I'll pass it back to you. Joyce and Jeru, Madalena Floria, then Anna Gibson, Lauren Gregory, although we think that is switched. Marie Neve, Allie McLaughlin has moved in front of Alice Gaggy now. Jade Bellsberg, sitting in 8th place, followed by Alexa Aragon, who also had a great race in the Ascent, sitting in 9th, and then Sydney Peterson in 10th. That's an amazing top 10 for the women, too.
Yeah, both sides have a lot of those top of the program, but as per usual, there are always great surprises that jump into that top 10, and that's why we race, folks. That's why we get on the start line. Whoever has their day on the day, you know, huge kudos to them. We can preview as much as we want, but we love the surprises that start to show up. We are showing the top of the mountain here. As we mentioned, Shirley Canyon is a tough place. It's just hard to get service down there. But the last updates that we saw is that Joyce, Nijiru, and Madalena Floria were leading the women's race, leading into that canyon. Lauren Gregory and Anna Gibson not far behind. And then we had a great aerial view of the top men, just absolutely hauling. You are running slightly kind of this meandering, rolling, semi-technical terrain. Again, I will mention there is water and snow, a plethora in that canyon right now. So the fact that they are running that strong in that...
That Sierra snowpack has not given way to pure summer trail euphoria here quite yet. It hasn't been quite as warm of a spring and early summer as we've been used to here in northern Colorado. After what you would consider to be an average snow year, it has stuck around here in the high country. Shouldn't be much of an issue in next weekend's Western States 100, but certainly patchy in spots here at Broken Arrow, including down there in Shirley Canyon. As Danny mentioned, that is a very difficult spot to get cameras and to get cell reception. So it could be the next time we see the professional athletes is when they're emerging from the canyon, and that is going to be something we don't want to miss, because really that's the last spot where critical separation can be made.
Yes, it can be done. You can close on day, especially at the speeds that these women and men are running together, or running today. I would say no more than maybe 15 seconds could be made on the final 3 to 4 miles of this race. With that being said, you just never know.
Yep. So we're seeing some of our mid-packers climbing that famous staircase here up towards the top of the Broken Arrow 23K course. That final scramble before the snow staircase. And then, of course, mercifully, you've got gravity working with you finally after a super long climb. And we'll just remind, back with the women here, Joyce and Jeru out front here.
They have popped out of Shirley Canyon, folks. As I mentioned, this is the last spot, I would say, where it is the most straight or easiest way to pass a runner in front of you. There is one more that lasts maybe,
wow, Joyce a little bit in front of Madalena Floria. They do have an aid station, maybe in 90 seconds here. We'll see if any of them grab a final water bottle to sustain them for these final 20 minutes or so running downhill. Joyce and Jeru, looks like just maybe a 3 to 5 second gap over the great Romanian Madalena Floria. The two of them have sort of been yo-yoing back and forth all morning here ahead of the American duo, Lauren Gregory and Anna Gibson, but it looks like a two-woman race for the victory here today between Joyce and Madalena.
Again, not surprised. These two have gone head-to-head in multiple battles like today on very, very similar courses. I would dare to say these two women are probably of a very small handful of women who I would say this is their specialty in this sport. Sub-ultra, mountain, high altitude. We are definitely still on course record watch, folks. Again, that is 2:07 from 2022 from the great Sophia Lockley. These women are absolutely moving and grooving.
Holy smokes, and no stopping at the aid station, no surprises there. At this point, it's all about survival and pushing through whatever pain they are experiencing at this point. Joyce seems that she's got a bottle in her hand, so hopefully she has the fuel necessary to push over these next couple of miles. But Madalena Floria, Joyce and Jeru, two of the best in the world, and it is going to come down to a matter of seconds here in the village of Palisades, Tahoe. But Anna Gibson not far back here, making that hairpin turn. She's going to be going through the aid station here momentarily. So Anna maybe a minute back of the lead two women. And would you say Anna certainly has compromise?
Easily. Anna is one of the best, again, hybrid athletes in the world right now. So the fact that she has closed the gap on them just in these first few miles of the downhill, it looks like she is in strong contention for once again another podium at the Golden Trail World Series. You can see now that Joyce and Madalena are now in this kind of semi-technical single track, but what makes it more technical is I would dare to say they are running low 6-minute pace across it. So while you might say, yes, it's really easy to see where to land your foot, put your foot here and there, this, what I would say is very playful technical downhill, suddenly becomes very treacherous. You really have to watch where you're putting your feet, as you can see, littered with death cookies all around.
And how cool is that? The split screen. We had cameras on all three of the lead women simultaneously as we cut down to just second place runner here, or first place runner, excuse me, Joyce and Jeru and Anna Gibson hoping to close that gap. So it seems like Anna Gibson was able to get back in front of Lauren Gregory somewhere there in Shirley Canyon, but in all likelihood, Lauren Gregory not far back here too.
Yes, these two are just, again, they both made the USA Mountain Running Championships just a couple of weeks ago. So again, just a testament to the amount of American talent in these sub-ultra distances. Americans are known for their ultra prowess, but these women are of that group of athletes who are changing the game in these shorter distances. As you can see, Madalena on the left hand just absolutely sending it. Grip it and rip it, lean forward, use your arms for balance, and you're just heaving all around because you are going so fast.
This is so sick. This is so incredible to see the skill and agility of these world-class female athletes here, putting on a show here, pushing all the way to the finish line. Of course, look at your feet now in the closing miles. This twisty, turny, rocky, technical single track really brings out the entire skill set of these trail runners, and it's an important moment for all of them to, maintain that mental belief in themselves, because when it is so close and when they all possess a similar skill set, maybe it does come down to that mental resilience here and the ability to push in those closing miles, sort of like what we saw in the 46K yesterday, a battle you were part of. We'll remind our audience: Jen Lichter in first place, Helomino Faulkner in second, yourself, Danny Moreno, in third, separated by only 75 seconds. We're going to see something similar here this morning.
Yes, it's very exciting. People often ask me, what is the key to closing so hard in these races? And to your point, I always tell them, you have to become the most optimistic person in the entire world. You have to believe that you will be the one to lean into the pain, embrace it, and just scream your head off.
And here are the men emerging from Shirley Canyon still together. Philip Cariago, El Hussein Al-Azawi, Patrick Kimneno, first, second, and third, the three best athletes in the world unequivocally at sub-ultra distance racing, much like the women, packed up, grouped up, and it's going to come down to the final moments here. They're going to be coming downhill for probably about a minute before they scream through that aid station. I'm sure nobody's going to be grabbing bottles, and it is now a bare-knuckle brawl all the way to the finish line.
It is absolutely disgusting how smooth and strong they all still look at this point in the race. If I was El Hussein or Philemon or Patrick, this is where I would make my move. You're about to hit the last bit of single track, and it's going to become more technical, more difficult to pass unless you absolutely try and jump over a switchback. So it looked like anyone's willing to pull. I would dare to say we're about to have a three-way finish sprint in this race if they all continue to run at this speed.
It's going to be interesting too. In all likelihood, the men and women are going to be coming in almost together. I'm sure that's how they coordinated it, synchronizing for finish lines. But how cool would it be if we have the men's podium and women's podium all coming in together here, as we see Christian Allen still very much in the mix. He is probably less than 30 seconds behind that lead group, so it looks like maybe they put a little gap into him climbing out of Shirley Canyon. But certainly Christian Allen, a 2:10 marathoner, has the leg speed to bridge back up and put himself in the mix for the podium.
It looks like Philemon keeps looking behind him, and I just want to scream at him, keep looking ahead. He's probably looking back to his fellow teammate, Patrick Kimnego, making sure that he is still there. They often say that they train together, they race together, others at heart.
So cool.
Watching him look out for Patrick. Okay, this is another section where you can make the move. This, in my opinion, is the absolute last section that you can make a move. And you can see that Madalena has Joyce in her sight.
Christian Allen, the trademark mullet on our right-hand side, emerging as one of the top American athletes in the world, a sub-ultra distance dominator. He races prolifically, coming off of an injury earlier in the season, and potentially a great opportunity to just rest and allow years and years of training to absorb. And then when he bounced back from injury, putting a little bit of training back into his system, the fitness meets the freshness, and this young, great athlete from Utah, a father of three, no less, winning the Ascent on Friday, now putting himself in position for a potential podium here today's event. A huge moment for any athlete. Christian Allen, is he going to be breaking into this highest echelon of Golden Trail sub-ultra distance athletes? It appears to be the case.
I think as an American fan and spectator, you would say that Christian Allen is nearly there, if not knocking on the door. We will see how far behind he finishes behind this fantastic three, but he has all the tools to make him one of the world's best. And for the folks out there, as we said, this is what makes this sport extreme. The proprioception, the lateral movement, the reaction time. A lot along with speed, endurance, muscular tension, being able to withstand these jumps, these hops, front, left, right, center. It is absolutely insane watching these men showing us a near masterclass of how to descend a mountain as fast as you possibly can.
I hope we can go back to that split screen because it seemed to me like Christian may be moving the fastest on the downhead, bridged back up on that descent. Again, he's a 2:10 marathoner, has the foot speed, and potentially here using it, knowing it's a last-ditch effort, he needs to bridge back up in these next couple of miles if he is going to be duking it out here for a podium position. So Christian Allen, stay on that gas pedal. As we look on our left-hand side, the e-bike skillfully negotiating these twists and turns behind the lead three men. Philemon Curiago, El Hussein El Azawi, Patrick Kipneno in that order, making their way down this technical granite single track trail.
I would dare to say we will see the men finish. Oh, we had a fall there. Watch your ankles. Look at those death cookies, man.
Yeah. Death cookies galore.
I would dare to say the men will probably finish a little bit behind the women. They are just running so incredibly fast.
And I think we see Joyce and Jeru here on the right-hand side. And it looks like has at least a little bit of a gap, though I'm sure she's not feeling comfortable quite yet. We are now about 18 minutes to go until Joyce, until the women's course record time elapses. So
She's
just
going to smash it.
for a bit of perspective, yeah, it seems like she is well underneath that standard set by Sophia Lockley, the Olympic Nordic skier who came here and knocked one out of the park in 2022. Here on a beautiful day, let's see if Joyce and Jeru can break that mark.
Yes, you would think with Patrick's time being 1:45 on the men's side, there is potentially, statistically, a little bit of space for the women's course record to go down, as it's usually a minute slower per mile. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Joyce knocking closer to that 2-hour mark today, especially with these absolutely prime conditions.
Yeah, we'll remind our audience also yesterday both course record 10 minutes in
On both
each,
sides.
the men's and the women's races. Eli Hemming now holding that mark in the 46K for the men, Jen Lichter for the women, and here we are, potentially another course record day here in what has become an every weekend affair, it seems like, in trail running. Course records going down seemingly every race.
Yes, the level just keeps rising in this sport, and as we say, iron sharpens iron. One person does it, then 5 more people do it. Oh, here we have
That's Taylor Stack here.
Taylor Stack. Holy wow. So the American men
So we
really
didn't see
showing
Lucas
their legs
Earl.
on this downhill.
Didn't see Lucas Earl, but barring catastrophe, he should probably be in between Christian and Taylor. We'll try and get an update as soon as we can. Maybe we've got a split from up there at High Camp. Let me just do a little bit of...
Who looks to be Joyce Najiru still having the lead in the women's race. We don't see Magdalena in this frame, but it is a pretty zoomed in. I'm guessing this is a drone shot. Again, we are in the mountains, folks. The camera, everyone working behind the scene are dealing with the elements of we are out in wilderness. It is cold, it is windy. So bear with us as we try and get this final shot of the lead women in this final descent.
Okay, a few updates here from back at High Camp where we just saw the lead men and women come screaming through. Last we saw Christian Allen was in 4th. Indeed, Lucas Earl is in 5th. He came through about 27 seconds behind Christian. Then it was Taylor Stack, 30 seconds back of Lucas. Then Cam Smith, only 3 seconds back of Taylor. Mason Copy. Then it was Andy Wacker and Remy LaRue, excuse me. Back with Joyce and Jeru here at the front of the women's race. She is coming into the closing miles here. The switch packing single track trail, a beautiful place to run, dropping in elevation. Joyce probably smelling the barn, knowing that she is in the closing couple of miles here, not looking over her shoulder and focusing on closing out another spectacular performance. And I'm sure for Joyce, she's looking to put a big one on the board here today. We mentioned earlier she had a couple little mishaps earlier in the season. She was second in the ascent on Friday. If she brings home a big victory today, Danny, you can speak about this very well, just how important it is to put one of those back on the board to build momentum into your season.
Yes, as with any athlete, especially at the professional level, you do most of the time have these ebbs and flows. And when you're in the lulls, mentally, you start to wonder if you will ever, do what you did before, etc. And so having Joyce come back here, what looks to be an absolute dominant finish, and gain that confidence back. I am here, but I am not just back. I am better than I ever was before. Again, last year she ran a little over 2 hours and 10 minutes, and today it looks like she's absolutely going to smash that. So if I was in the Golden Trail World Series, or anyone who is going to race Joyce for the rest of the world, I am taking note. She is back, and she is ready to fight for that overall win in the Golden Trail World Series rankings.
And there's no sign of Madalena yet. You mentioned earlier in our broadcast that when Madalena was coming into trail running, she acknowledged that a glaring weakness in her game was the technical descending. Even though she has improved significantly in that respect, it looks like Joyce is probably edging her out in terms of that skill set here and able to open up. We very clearly saw them both in frame. I'm sure Madalena is not far back at this point, but Joyce, it seems like comfortable at the front of the race.
Yes, no, definitely. If you've ever seen clips, you can go to the Golden Trail World Series Instagram. They do a great job of showing clips of athletes running uphill, downhill, everything in between. And Joyce is just what I would call a very beautiful downhill runner. She's very delicate. She's very light on her feet, not a ton of arm movement. And so, yes, while I do think Madalena is just as good as a technical downhill runner, Joyce is definitely showing her chops today. And again, going back to the climbs, Joyce held back just that little bit. That could have been the difference maker, like going from pushing between zone 4, zone 5 of heart rate uphill to transitioning again to these rhythm breakers of a downhill. It just seems that she calculated everything right today.
Okay, so in all likelihood, roughly 10 minutes to go into wait, a spectacular finish, a couple more updates from higher up on the hill. Well, remember, Danny, we saw Lauren Gregory ahead of Anna Gibson at the top of the hill. Then Anna, we saw ahead of Lauren Gregory emerging from Shirley Canyon. I now have an official split from back at High Camp. Anna Gibson came through in 1:40.03. Lauren Gregory 1:42.24. So Lauren Gregory lost more than about 2.5 minutes to Anna Gibson, somewhere between the top of the mountain and the top of Shirley Canyon. So it looks like Lauren Gregory may be dealing with a little bit of a low patch, but Anna Gibson, it looks like solidly in third place. Behind Lauren in fifth was Marie Neve, then Allie McLaughlin in sixth, Alice Gaggy in seventh, Alexa Aragon in eighth, Sydney Peterson ninth, and Laura Hamilton in 10th.
Yes. And we'll bring your attention to the men's leaders. It's tough to say. It looks like there's, or if that is the young Lucas Earl, who is also caught up on this downhill. But folks, this is absolutely incredible. I've never seen this at the Broken Arrow 23 Sky Race, that you have 5 gentlemen in contention for all podium spots on the final technical downhill. Usually by now the winner has pretty much shown themselves to the world. So this is absolutely insane, knowing that any of these guys can run close to 4-minute pace on this last service road. If I were them, I would just be shutting my brain off and making sure I'm connected.
My goodness, the game has changed, and it has never been on more display than it is right now. It's tough to put an ID, but we would assume that lead threesome, Philemon, El Hussein, and Patrick, and then we think it's got to be the great American Christian Allen screaming behind in fourth place right now. He's probably hoping he's got the legs for a sprint finish kick And how amazing of a weekend would it be if Christian Allen could win that ascent and come back, finish on the podium, or potentially win here today in spectacular come-from-behind fashion. An amazing lead foursome here for the men.
Yes, and I did just see a man cut the switchbacks, which
I think I was a camera guy.
I was going to say fingers crossed, because for those folks at home, there are different rules depending on the race series. And in the Skyrunner World Series, which is an adjacent, more technical series, you can cut switchbacks. So, you know, fingers crossed that a European runner didn't get confused with the rules, because that would be absolutely heartbreaking. Yes, it looks to be a camera person.
I think that's got to be Christian on the back there, right?
I think
If
he's
so,
right on the other switchback.
Yeah, but
oh my gosh.
that's Christian. That's Christian in fourth, I believe. The white.
It's a
Oh my goodness here. Okay,
we
so
probably will be able to tell soon. It looks, just based off her running form, it looks to still be Philemon, El Hussein, and Patrick. Patrick is a little bit taller than Philemon, has a more stand-up sort of form. Philemon leans a little bit forward and has a bigger kind of back kick with his legs.
unbelievable here. 1 hour, 37 minutes elapsed for the men, 1:57 for the women. Just a reminder, the women started 20 minutes ahead of the men. They have their own independent start, their own independent race. For rationale on that, tune into the beginning of the broadcast where Danny spells it out. But in all likelihood, we're going to see a synchronized finish here. Joyce and Jeru, looks like she's going to take home the crown in the women's race, but it's still a big question mark here for the men. We see the trail traverse this talus, surging back up. He is no more than a couple of seconds behind, if that is indeed Christian. And honestly, if it comes down to a sprint finish, Danny, it could be that Christian may have the advantage. Obviously, all these men have the talent to win, but these guys running as a threesome in the pack, oftentimes that can be a little bit more stressful. They're responding to each other's moves. Christian has sort of been in his own mode, his own method, and he's been catching up from behind. So you have that psychological edge, that psychological momentum of like, I'm catching up.
Oh, wow. Joyce is coming into the finish line, folks. This is going to be close, but I am pretty sure she was going to get the course record. She still is just a few minutes away. Again, the course record is 2:07, set by Sophia Lockley in 2022. She is absolutely smashing it. I think how far Madalena is behind her. I just can't see anybody catching her at this point. Arms are flailing, legs are kicking behind. I can imagine the amount of pain and joy she is simultaneously experiencing at this moment. And we are lucky enough that we will see her coming down this service road.
From in studio here, we have a perfect view out towards this service road through the window. We are anticipating seeing Joyce with our own eyes here in studio before she makes her way through the finishing chute to a glorious finish line to ring the bell as what looks to be a back-to-back two-time champion here in the Broken Arrow 23K. A spectacular textbook performance from Joyce, in the mix all day, asserting herself in the final couple miles downhill, exploiting the quote-unquote weakness of Madalena Floria on the technical terrain. And we've got eyes on Joyce here in studio, sounding.
Horns in the background. She is absolutely flying.
She is going to smash this course record too by at least a couple of minutes.
At least a couple of minutes. Yeah. She's going to come here. We'll see her kind of run into a chute and take a hairpin turn. But everyone is welcoming the returning champion and soon to be two-time champion at Broken Arrow 23 Skyrace, the 5th stop at the Golden Trail World Series, folks. Again, this is the overall series winner of last year, saying, I am back, I am here, I never went anywhere, and anyone who is going to be racing me in this series, you better watch out, because I'm faster than I've ever been.
Unbelievable and very well said, Danny. As we said, Joyce, a couple little mishaps early in the season, but the returning overall champion of the Golden Trail World Series, putting a huge one further up into the mix for contention for another overall victory here. Officially in that finishing chute, there's sort of a little serpentine circumnavigation
then you have
of the expo here before those final meters. But Joyce Njeru, the great Kenyan champion, defending her crown here at the Broken Arrow 23K. Our 2025 winner again.
making her turn into the chute. I can only imagine what she is feeling right now. Emotions are probably running high, and you can see on her face she is going to bring it all the way to the finish. Everyone welcoming her for this 5th stop in the Golden Trail World Series in Palisades, Tahoe, California. Ring that bell,
Ring
Joyce.
that
You
bell.
are our winner today.
An unbelievable finish from a very deserving champion. We don't want to celebrate too long. There's going to be time for that
Oh
later.
my
as
gosh,
lead
the
man.
men are running so fast
El
on this
Hussein,
downhill.
El Hussein has made his move out front here. He is known as the best descender in the world. They call him the Flying Camel from Morocco. Also the reigning Golden Trail World
Wow.
Series champion, also representing normal, just like Joyce Njeru, followed closely behind by Philemon Kiriago. No sign of Patrick or Christian right now, but you got to believe they're just behind.
They're right behind there. And folks, we had a sprint finish with them just 2 stages ago at Italy Noli. Do not count Philemon on this. Literally at play-by-play. Madalena Floria finishing second in 2:02, also crushing the previous course record.
Unbelievable. The women are running just over 2 hours here today. A big hug for the, as we said, sportsmanship is the name of the game here. Joyce and Madalena squeezing the finish line for first and second place. The Flying Camel, El Hussein El Azawi on our left-hand side. He has made his move at this point.
He has made his move. Philemon not far behind. Again, this was about the distance they had at Noli, and Philemon still managed to catch him with less than half a mile to go.
And it looks like Anna Gibson on the right-hand side. She's given some love to the crowd, knowing that she's got 3rd place in the
Nice.
bag. Another huge finish for Anna Gibson coming off her win in the Ascent. She also won the classic race at the Sunapee Scramble. Basically a 2-time U.S. champion. Anna Gibson is here. She is the present and the future of American trail running. Anna, congratulations. Left-hand side, El Hussein and
Oh my
Philemon.
gosh, I can't get over these finishes. Anna Gibson also going to be under the previous course record. I'm going to gather to say maybe the top 5 women will be today. Again, it was 2:07. Ash that.
Watch out here. The photo op for Joyce and Madalena.
Meanwhile, the men are about to come in for a sprint finish.
And Anna Gibson.
Potentially getting caught by the top men. I wonder if she is aware that they are going to be sprinting right behind her.
Okay, El Hussein.
Hussein.
The final little switchbacks here. It looks like he's got it in the
It
bag.
looks like he's got it.
Here's El Hussein in the closing stretch, looking over
Oh
his
my
shoulder.
gosh.
He knows he's got it.
Right
The
under the
reigning Golden
course
Trail World
record.
Series. It was roles reversed at Noli a few weeks ago. El Hussein getting the best of Philemon here. Philemon in 2nd place again. Philemon, I think, our global leader right now in the World Series.
Yes.
Christian Allen on the left-hand side.
The amount of times we've seen men crossing a finish line, looking over their shoulder to see Philemon Kiriago. There's Patrick
Patrick.
Abnego coming in 3rd place, also under his previous minutes off of Patrick's mark that he set last year.
Unbelievable finish in both the men's and women's races, and how great is it that it's happening simultaneously. The vibe we can feel from here is electric down there at the finish line. Just a few steps of where we sit in the studio here. Christian Allen, folks, a win in the Ascent, a 4th place here today, basically just getting his season started this weekend. Watch out for this dude for the rest of 2025 and beyond. Christian
Yes.
Allen, congrats.
I couldn't agree more. I think he is also under the previous course record. It looks like the top 4 men finishing within maybe less than a minute or 90 seconds of each other. This
There's
looks
Lucas
to be
Earl.
Lucas Earl. Keep your eyes on this gentleman, folks. He is having a bright future in this sport to come to America.
Got a text from my buddy Nicholas Benzer, a fellow German, who said that Lucas's luggage got lost in transit here, so he rolled with the punches during race week. Never
Wow.
got his own kit delivered to him here in Palisades, Tahoe, using borrowed equipment to bring home a huge top 5 for this young German.
Wow, wow, wow.
And here's Lauren Gregory, it looks like.
Lauren Gregory also under the previous women's record. So once again, all the Broken Arrow Sky Races course records littered across these deep fields that this race attracted this year. Truly global. Course records being dropped all the way within the top 10. This year has changed the sport.
Lauren Gregory, the University of Arkansas Razorback, second overall in the Golden Trail World Final last year, like Anna Gibson. Richard Taylor Stack, 6th place, and Cam Smith.
Where did Cam Smith come from?
Both Taylor and Cam Smith are representing Team USA at the classic distance at the World Championship. Cam is prolific. He comes to Broken Arrow every year, always races multiple distances. And Mason Copy, it looks like in 6th place, going to be, or 7th place, excuse me, going to be a huge breakthrough performance for Mason. Also on Team USA with the two men in front of him, Taylor Stack and Cam Smith. Congrats all three. Holy cow, what a race here today.
What a freaking race.
And this gives you a good sense of the vibe here at Broken Arrow. It's all about the vibes here at Broken Arrow every year. You gotta come experience it for yourself. Palisades Tahoe, as we said, of trail running. The 3rd weekend in June every year, you must be here. And the 4th weekend in June, of course, Western States 100. That's what makes this the American capital of trail running. Mason Copy from the other American capital, I believe, of Boulder, Colorado, or thereabouts on the Front Range. Mason Copy, huge 7th place for him.
Yes, and unofficially, El Hussein El Azawi, 1st place in 1:43.53. Philemon, 4 seconds behind, 1:43.57. And Patrick Kipnego, 1:44.11.
Dang, Mason running 147.
1:47.32.
Good grief. What
Here
a
we
run.
have Alice Gaggy coming into the finish line chute. Again, just a testament to the global talent that is here today. She traveled all the way from Italy.
And it looks like Marie Neve on the left-hand side. So Alice made the pass on Marie somewhere there. Both bringing home awesome top 10 performances here today. So, I mean, Marie Neve now, 3 top 10s on Golden Trail.
She'll be one to watch.
Yeah, awesome. The Italian Alice Gaggy, 37 years old. Huge 5th place for her.
I will say too, having been a part of this series the past couple of years, it's really cool to see such a plethora of brands now represented amongst these top 10 finishes on both the men's and women's side. Before, it used to be predominantly a couple of brands, and now seeing Nike, Brooks, No Brand, Team Run Together, etc. It's just cool to see the variety.
Absolutely. Another testament to just the advancement and maturation of the sport of trail running, exploding globally currently, not only here in North America and Europe, the glowing at home. I believe that's 8th place in the women's race, a big trademark smile from Jade Bellsberg. But as I was saying, the sport is just so exciting right now. It's such a great time to be a fan as it explodes not only here in North America and in Europe, but also in Asia. And we'll remind our audience, next weekend, the Golden Trail World Series makes its way to Latin America for the first time for the Tepec race down in Mexico.
Yes, I'm very excited for that. We had a very dominant Mexican athlete, Karina Carsolio, come onto the Golden Trail World Series, seen just a couple of years ago, and absolutely blow everyone's mind with a strong podium finish. Oh, here we have American with her iconic dog finish, her dog Harley finishing with her. There she is ringing the bell.
Always, always, always. I remember the first time I saw that happen, I was like, somebody get control of your dog. Way to victory. And so I was being defensive on her behalf, but unbeknownst to me, yeah, it was her own dog, and they were enjoying a celebration. As we look at the top 5 men here, El Hussein in the center, our champion. To his left, Philemon Curiago in second. To his right, Patrick Kipneno in third. On the far right, that's Christian Allen, who finished 4th, and on the far left, Lucas Earl, the German, who finished 5th. Lucas Earl, okay, that's a name, okay?
Take note.
We knew El Hussein, Philemon, and Patrick. In all likelihood, we're going to finish top 3 in some order. Now, as we look at the present and future of trail running, Christian Allen and Lucas Earl, for our viewers and listeners in the audience, write those names down.
Write those names down.
Future fantasy predictions.
Yes, and here they are with the champagne shower, having experienced freaking rock star when you crack that thing open. It's just such a fun way to celebrate. You spray people, you spray your friends, your competitors. Just a great way to, you know, just enjoy the moment.
Unbelievable. A perfect day of racing. We see 4 course records go down in the last 2 days.
24 hours.
Yep. Yeah, in the last 24 hours, I should say. And that's Alexa Aragon, a great back-to-back
Nice.
weekend for her. She was 10th in the ascent. I think that makes her 9th here in the 23K. So 2 top 10s for Miss Aragon. An amazing weekend for her.
It's interesting watching these men and women come in. So far, we've had 9 men and 9 women, so they ended up timing this perfectly with the starts of these races. But so far, a plethora of Americans in this global field, which is America. So again, Golden Trail World Series just really allow the region where the race is occurring to really highlight its talents.
Danny, you were just mentioning brands a second ago. I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but just flagging it for the audience. Both our champions here today representing the small up-and-coming brand of Normal, owned, of course, and co-founded by the amazing Killian Jornet, who's going to be taking the Western States 100 start line. I'm sure Killian's going to be extremely motivated and inspired by his teammates from Normal.
That is really cool.
As we get some love from the crowd there, circling back to our drone footage here. I think we're awaiting. Yeah, this is Remy LaRue, who I think is rounding out the top 10 for the men. Remy LaRue, the great Canadian mountain runner. Feels like he's been around the game for a long time, but still in his leg Alta and smashed a 50K in the spring. He's traditionally focused mostly on ascent and, you know, sort of Golden Trail World Series type distance races, another top 10 for him. He was a double 10th here, 10th in the ascent, 10th in the 23K.
And again, folks, he just ran just under 153. It was not very many years ago where that would have won you the entire race. Looks like we might have our 10th place finisher, Sydney Peterson, another young American representing Brooks. A lot of Brooks jerseys today in this top 10. They're investing a lot in this young, kind of sub-ultra fast distance trail running talent.
Yeah. And here we have the photo op for our top 5 women like we did for the men. So we'll recognize them here as we await Sydney Peterson rounding out the women's top 10 here today. Then 4th place in the ascent, 10th place
I wonder
in the
if that's
23.
a woman behind
It
her.
must be, because she's looking over her shoulder and sprinting.
Battling it out for that last 10th place finish.
Yeah, you're going to have to get out of the way and see.
Let's watch this. It is possible. Oh, so close. Laura Hamilton right there. But Sydney Peterson looks like she has it. Another incredible weekend for another young American to keep your eyes on.
Good grief. So much to be excited about. Laura Hamilton, I think, is she Australian?
Yes, she is, yeah. And she's also on the trail team. Schemo hybrid athlete as well.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't she live in Colorado, but she's from Australia?
Yes. Oh, another
Champagne showers. Well
Laura just
deserved
having
there.
a hoot. All the girls spraying each other. Again, just professional athletes. You feel like a freaking rock star.
Cheers, ladies. Have a sip. You earned it. Sam Chalenga. All right. Great run from Sam. I think that makes him 11th in the men's race. Really good result for him. Yeah.
For in this field, yes, running 155.
Awesome.
Again, just a very historic day here, folks. 2 course records broken here at the Broken Arrow Skyrace for the 5th stop of the Golden Trail World Series, where we are watching the world's best sub-ultra athletes in the world just absolutely hammer it against each other.
The broken record Skyrace, you could call it, this weekend, as we see Grant Colligan coming through in 10th place. He still ran 155. Holy smokes, for 12th. What a day, what a day, what a day. Gather up. Nothing but respect for the professional athletes here. So we see the media here jostling for angles. And what a day to round out the spectacular 2025 Broken Arrow Skyrace.
Athletes still coming in.
Whoa! What do you think?
All right, so maybe as we come closer to our conclusion here today, Danny, let's just bang through the top 10 in the men's and women's races. Just to do a final level set, a final recognition and celebration before we wind things down here today. I'm going to start with the men because I have it up in front of me here. First place, finishing at 1:43.53, a new course record, 4 seconds ahead of Philemon Kiriago from Kenya, 1:43.57. Patrick Kipmeno only seconds behind him in 3rd. Christian Allen in 4th. Lucas Earl from Germany in 5th. Taylor Stack, an American, in 6th. Cam Smith, another American, in 7th. Mason Copy, American, in 8th. Andy Wacker, awesome run from him. We didn't see him finish. American in 9th. Remy LaRue in 10th.
I mean, once again, with this men's field, if you want a sprint finish, get El Hussein, Philemon, and Patrick at your race pronto. The ticket always lives up to the hype. These men are masters at this sport, and it was just incredible to watch them all coming into a sprint finish in roughly a 1:43, an hour and 43-minute race. Just once again, attesting to the pinnacle of this sport. They have the talent, they have the work ethic, they have the grit, they have the heart, they have everything that you want in a world-class athlete. And time again, I just appreciate how they are willing to line up against each other. They do not stray away from competition. They know that racing is about showing up over and over again and just seeing what you have on the day, and that's why we always get a mix of who the winner is. But to no surprise, once again, the king himself, El Hussein El Azawi, takes the win.
I think this is Christina Mascarenas, yep, coming through finish line. I think that puts her in 14th place position, excuse me. So just gonna rattle through the top 10 women again for our audience. Joyce Njeru from Kenya breaking the course record by a huge margin, finishing in 2:01.16. Madalena Floria less than a minute behind, 2:02.03. Anna Gibson in 3rd, 2:03.46. Gaggi from Italy in 5th, Marie Neve from France in 6th, Jade Belsberg from Canada in 7th, Ali Mack, the American, in 8th, Alexa Aragon in 9th, Sydney Peterson in 10th. What a race today. Congrats on all fronts.
Yeah, I mean, the women's podium once again all under the course record. The top 3 women once again all under the course record. Top 4 women actually, and that was a very stout course record set by a very prime Sophia Lockley. Again, the ticket lived up to the heist. The Joyce v. Madalena is a rivalry / friendship that we love to see. They absolutely celebrate and bring the best out of each other, but to no surprise, Anna Gibson and Lauren Gregory, the young Americans who have already made a name for themselves, arguably the best Americans at this distance right now, not very far behind. And yeah, just big shout out to this entire women's field. If you're looking down the top 10, the top 8 women would have won nearly every year outside of the course record year. So just another testament to the stout talent that was here today. Iron sharpens iron when it comes to the Golden Trail World Series.
Yep,
Folks.
and it really was an international event here today. 5 Americans in both top 10s, but 5 international athletes in both top 10s.
Wow.
Also, the Broken Arrow Skyrace truly is a world-class event, attracting international depth and competition for the last few years, but 2025 took it to a new level. As you see, Roberto De Lorenzo from Switzerland finishing also. And Amanda Basham! Amanda Basham did the Triple Crown here this weekend. That means the Ascent, the 40. Amanda Basham is taking home the Triple Crown, you could call it, winning it here for the women this year in an aggregate time. Shout out to Amanda Basham. She did the same thing here last year.
Yes, I mean, running 2:20 on your last day is wow.
Yeah,
It's
seriously, come on.
Gotta hit that bell.
Oh yeah.
See more finishers. There's Josh Everly. We talked about him earlier.
Did you see him
A
lose
leader
traction, or
of the
did
next
you?
generation of trail runners
Or
coming
were
out
you
of the
seeing that the
Crested Butte,
person
Gunnison,
lost
Colorado area.
Okay.
Josh
Because
Everly still
I
able
went
to put
3/4,
together
and then I didn't wanna lose
2:20
traction and ruin the
finishes
picture, so I
himself
hauled
here.
off and flipped my camera
And Hillary
around
Allen,
and
also a
timing,
triple crowner. Hillary Allen, big smile. She qualified for Team USA in the Ascent on Friday. Good work to the Hilly Goat. She's been around the circuit for such a long time.
Yeah.
A veteran of the sport. Such range in terms of her skill set. She can be an 100-mile ultramarathon distance competitor, but she can also qualify for Team USA
Yes.
in full gas uphill racing. Both were in the Triple Crown. Her and Amanda Basham sharing some war stories here at the finish line.
Yes, this Triple Crown has become famous as a perfect training ground for folks who are signed up for UTMB end of August. A great opportunity to move the legs a little bit faster, have built-in aid stations, but these women are also simultaneously changing the game again, running close to 2:20 on a third day of racing here. Just another testament to how fast women are running today.
She hasn't hit the 10-mile aid station. She woke up this
Holy
morning
smokes,
and
what a day. And what
and we were like,
we'll remind our audience here, it has not been all smooth sailing and perfect weather here. On Friday, there were gale force winds at the higher elevation, forcing a shortened course for the Ascent. Then yesterday, after the elite athletes finished, there was an afternoon snowstorm that I think mysteriously blew through the valley unexpectedly, which forced an early cancellation while there were still hundreds of runners out on course. Luckily, testament to the great operation of the Broken Arrow Skyrace, they managed to get everybody off the course safely, but it was not without drama. But luckily, Mother Nature opened the skies here for a beautiful Sunday for the Golden Trail World Series, as we saw just insane, awesome, and impressive racing here today. So we'll remind our audience, this is the 5th stop on the Golden Trail World Series so far this season. There was a stop in Japan, a stop in China, a stop in Italy. We had Zagama in Spain, now here in the U.S. for the first and only time this season, before moving down to Latin America and Mexico next weekend for the Tepec Trail. The first time Golden Trail has taken on Latin America.
Yes, and for those folks who are asking yourselves, what am I watching here on my TV right now? Again, this is the Golden Trail World Series, the premier World Series for what we call sub-ultra trail running. So that is any distance below the marathon marker. There are a couple races that kind of ride that line, like a Zagama. But most of the time, these athletes are participating in high-octane racing, as we like to call it, full gas, between 1.5 to 3. But they are, by stopping at each of these stages, trying to collect as many points as they can so that they can be a part of the top 10 rankings at the end of the year, in the final, which will be happening this October. And so as they accumulate points, they can rise or go down in the rankings. But the ultimate goal is, where will I land after that final?
So after the Tepec Trail, I believe the next event is Sierras and All, arguably the most high-profile, most competitive race of the Golden Trail World Series, arguably the most competitive trail race in the world every year. that can be backed up objectively by data, which we talked about earlier in the week on some of our pre-race shows. But Sierras and All will be coming up in early August in Switzerland. That one is certainly going to be one to keep your eye on.
One more before that, actually.
Tell us about it.
We have a new entrance to the series. It's called the Austria. Word on the street is that it's a highly technical trail, which will favor those who are best technical descenders, similar to a Norwegian race that was on the circuit a couple years ago. So we do have a couple of staple races and other races that they change here in and out. It looks like we have some other interviews with the top women of today's race.
How do you feel?
Joyce, last year you won at Broken Arrow and you went on to win the overall Golden Trail Series. What does it mean to come back and dominate this year?
Well, I think everything from last year, everything started here. So me coming here back to Broken Arrow, it's also a beginning of the season. Also winning today and on Friday is a good weekend for me, and I think I'm good to go ahead with the rest of the season. Yeah.
Great. And what was your favorite part about running this race today?
My favorite, the downhill is my favorite. Yeah.
And what were some of the hardest moments in the race?
At the top, when it comes to steep uphill, this is my weakness, but not that so much. I'm not that so much weak. I try to keep the distance and just to estimate how far or how much distance I can recover when it comes to downhill. But I think the uphill was the most difficult for me. But yes, I managed it. Yeah.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, folks, so you just listened to a short interview with our winner of today's 23K, Joyce Nijiru, representing Team Normal from Kenya. She set a blistering new course record today. The previous course record was 2:07, and today she ended up breaking that course record by nearly 6 minutes, running 2:01.16. A reminder that that is at an elevation or altitude between 6,000 and 8,000 feet, roughly a 14-mile course with nearly 5,000 feet of climbing. So to run 2 hours on something like that is absolutely blistering. I imagine we will be hearing from a couple of the other podium finishers, but once again, that was Joyce Nijiru, the women's champion of today's Golden Trail World Series race.
And congrats to Joyce. And we just saw Pema Franchi watch. We mentioned Pema at the beginning, only 12 years old, finishing 5th in the ascent on Friday, and probably somewhere in 20th to 25th here today. The future of trail running is alive and well.
Already competing in the senior women's race. She's so cute.
So I've got the overall Golden Trail World Series standings up here in front of me now. So before today's results are uploaded into them, let's just talk about this for a second here. Danny, on the men's side, Philman Cariago, in all likelihood, reinforcing his standing at the front of the series. He finished 2nd here today. He's 1st overall in the series so far this year. Daniel Pattis did not race today in 2nd. Bogdan Damian. We're going to throw it just a couple of seconds. We'll come back and regroup with Golden Trail.
Hannah, you've had a huge year winning the U.S. Mountain Running Championships, and now this one of the most competitive trail races in American soil. What does this win at Broken Arrow mean to you in the context of your breakout season?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited with the result today. I mean, to get 3rd in this really competitive field is awesome. And honestly, I just went into the race today thinking it was the icing on the cake of a really good month so far, and already a good weekend with the ascent. So I'm super happy with it.
That start was super fast. Was there any strategy, or were you just going out and giving it everything you got?
I mean, I was trying to not go out too fast, and I was kind of questioning, like, okay, are my legs just tired from the VK, or like, are we going out really hard right now? What's going on? And I was kind of just trying to gauge like how the other women were feeling, but it felt like we kind of had the foot on the gas from the very. Oh, we were going really fast. Okay, good.
And those climbs were pretty crazy. What about what was the hardest one, or one that you were kind of looking forward to, like working hard at?
I mean, I love the top of the mountain here, like getting up on top of Wa She Shu Peak. It's just like so cool when you get up there and you have this panoramic view. You can see the lake off behind you, and it kind of gets like technical. It just feels like you're in this like intense mountain environment. So I love it up there.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gibson here, third place here today, first place in the ascent. Anna Gibson has really made a name for herself here at Broken Arrow Skyrace, twice winning the ascent. Second place last year in the ascent, perennially dangerous on the Golden Trail World Series. She was 11th at Zagama a few weeks ago. As we talked about earlier in our broadcast, 170-mile gravel cycling race in Steamboat, Colorado next weekend, so Anna Gibson can do it all. And there is the famous bell at the finish line of Broken Arrow. The rules clearly state you are not an official finisher until you ring that bell. It has become a special tradition here. Looking back up the mountain here in Palisades, Tahoe, hallowed ground in trail running on a perfect cloudless day, and what a weekend it was. So coming back to the Golden Trail World Series standings right now. First three men are Philemon Kiriago, Daniel Pattison, Bogdan Damian. Patrick Kimneno is in fourth. El Hussein was in fifth. So in that top 5-3, Patrick and El Hussein, in all likelihood, that will cause them to move up slightly in the rankings because Daniel Pattison, Bogdan Damian did not race. On the women's side, Sarah Alonso was absent, who's having an incredible season. The Spaniard, she's leading overall. Madalena Floria, second place today and second overall in the standings. Third place is Takako Takamura from Japan, who had great races at both of the Asian events, which kicked off the World Series this year in Japan and China. Malinosa in fourth, also not racing today. And then Rosa Laura Felu from Spain. We've got three Spaniards in the top 5 for the women. And of the top 5 women, only Madalena Floria raced today.
Yes, and speaking of someone who's definitely going to be going up the standings, we have now El Hussein El Zawi, the winner of today's men's Golden Trail World Series race.
And last year's overall champion.
El Hussein, just a few weeks ago you won Zagama, one of the most legendary races in the world. Now you've added Broken Arrow to your resume. What's driving this motivation? How are you approaching the season mentally and physically?
Yeah, reality, I am very happy today. Always returning here back in America for me is good. Yeah, Zagama won the race I like in the world. Very famous. Winner here again in America for me is very happy because last year in Mammoth is winner. This year winner here for me is yeah.
Dry, technical, uniquely American. How did you adapt your strategy today, and what part of the course was decisive in your win?
Yeah, reality, I am happy. I ran with two guys. The Kenya is very strong, and today for me, I like the short distance, and yeah, my strategy is. Block.
Awesome, congratulations, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, once again, that was our men's champion and new course record holder of today's Broken Arrow Skyrace, the 5th stage of the Golden Trail World Series this year. As we mentioned, this win will definitely propel him up the rankings, but not as far as you may think, as the current leader was not far behind him in second, who has 2 wins this year, already in the first 2 stages of the Golden Trail World Series race, in 3rd place as well. So Patrick, it'll be interesting with Philemon, Patrick, and El Hussein all gaining major points here today, and Damian Bogdan and Daniel Pettis not being here. I imagine there'll be a shuffle of the leaderboard here in the top 5.
Yep. But there's still a lot of racing to come here in the 2025 Golden Trail World Series. As you said, it culminates in October with the Golden Trail World Final. And speaking from a fan's perspective, might we hope to see it come down to that final race of the season? It's certainly shaping up to be realistic at this point so far.
It definitely has happened before. Just a couple of years ago, the women's championship, the ranking actually ended up being tied and had the most regular season wins throughout the year to be that tiebreaker, and that was famously between Sophia Lockley, American representing Solomon, and Judith Weider of Switzerland, who represents Hoka. And next up we have 2nd place women's finisher Madalina Floria of Romania.
You closed with a statement win at the Golden Trail Final and came into this year with high expectations. What does this win or at Broken Arrow mean for you as you build your legacy in the Golden Trail circuit?
I want to say first time congrats for all the athletes. You know, every race it gives me something to learn for the next one. And today again was showing me I need to improve something, and when I have something to improve, doesn't mean it's a good way for the future.
You've shown you can win on coastal trails, and how did you approach this course today? And what do you think sets you apart from other racers on varied terrain?
Today I was arrived more relaxed than until now because I have the points until now what it's putting me in the almost first position, and the race I was taking just okay, let's have another training for the other race and let's see the other woman how will manage the race and what I need to do it, and yes, that's it.
We mentioned earlier how fast the race took out. What was some of the harder parts, or what was your favorite part of the course?
Yes, today was not easy. Okay, I have a problem with my stomach. Since last year I have a gastric problem, and even today was showing me attitude. Something is not working well with my belly because today I was not taking nothing for that station. And when I was arrived almost closer to the peak, I was get very dizzy, maybe because I was not drink nothing, and I say, fuck, where is my way? I was not drink nothing, even alcohol, and I get dizzy. And this was make me little up, what I was trying to make a joke, you know, to find even the funny part, and to be able to enjoy the race until to the end.
Despite the challenges, you still overcame it. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. There you have it, folks. Madalina Floria, 2nd place here today, well under the previous course record. Madalina has been a force on the Golden Trail World Series for a few years now, seemingly getting better and better.
Yeah, she truly has been working to sharpen all the tools in the shed, as I like to say, because if you want to be one of the best trail runners in the world, mountain runners in the world, you got to be good at everything, as we saw today. You have to be able to climb between that 0 to 10% grade. You have to be able to run 15 to 30% grade is now what we're doing now these days. Holy smokes. And you have to be able to run fast and descend the most technical trails that these mountains have to offer.
Yeah, it was so exciting, you know, just thinking back to the women's race here today. It was pretty much a one-on-one duel between Joyce and Madalena for the entire stretch. We saw them come over the top together. They were yo-yoing back and forth on the climb, yo-yoing back and forth on the descent. Joyce just ahead, going through high camp with just a couple miles to go, finishing less than a minute apart. Unbelievable, and great competition on the, such an exciting, just proving ground of, you know, where the sport is heading.
Yeah, I absolutely couldn't agree more. As a professional in this sport, you know, we're friends, we text, we call each other in and out of competition, and one of the things we often is a shared sentiment is the best way to break a course record or even smash it is to do it alongside your friends and competitors. Again, just competition coming out. Now we have second place men's finisher Philemon Kiriago here.
Podiums across continents, and now a strong second here at Broken Arrow. What's been key to maintaining this level across such a demanding series?
Thank you so much. It was a fantastic race for me today. I was not expecting to run good because I'm scared of the snow sometimes because of coldness, but I've managed it. So I'm looking forward for the remaining. I will win 2 of them so that I will be a winner maybe overall. Yes.
You've raced against the best on some of the most iconic trails in the world, but Broken Arrow is a unique challenge. What did you learn out there today?
For sure, what I've learned from Broken Arrow is the best course which is being selected to test yourself if you are on a good shape, and looking forward to race the other competitions.
Final question. You and Patrick have been pushing each other all season, and again today. It came down to the two of you. What's it like sharing this journey with another Kenyan at the top of the sport?
For sure, me and Patrick, we are brothers from home, also from the team. We usually train together. So even we were running together, helping each other. Only the sprint which is separated from us, but we were together.
Congratulations on a great race. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Philemon Kiriago, folks, the overall leader in the Golden Trail World Series so far in 2025, second place here today, only 22 years old still. The present and the future, Philemon Kiriago.
Yeah, it's just been so exciting. I mean, he just entered the scene a couple of years ago, and since then, Philemon and his teammate Patrick have quickly become household names, and they too are just helping to continue to elevate and raise this bar. It's just really cool when you have athletes who year after year challenge themselves to get better, especially in a sport that's evolving. I often look to, I use the great example of Jenny Simpson. She's a great American mid-distance runner, and year after year, she just continued to rise to the occasion, and I think that's the rest of the field is they don't get intimidated by more competition and more depth in the field coming into the sport. No, they say, yes, I can do that. Yes, I will step up and I will continue to grind and try and be at the top of my game for as long as possible.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think we talked about this earlier today, but Golden Trail World Series really has become almost a farm system for the sport in general. For those who are listening who are unfamiliar with the concept, basically a place where you can start building a pipeline of this young talent, giving people who are coming out of collegiate racing, whether it's, you know, Nordic skiing or track and field or cross country or even like mountain biking and things like that, and giving them an opportunity to experience trail running in a way that doesn't force them to step up to maybe unreasonable distances that put a young person's system. So Golden Trail has really been invaluable to the sport of trail running, just in allowing newer, younger athletes to come expose themselves to the sport and ultimately build long-term, very successful careers for themselves.
Yes, I couldn't agree more.
Patrick, you've been on fire this season with big wins at Kobe and Great Wall Trail Race. How did today's race test you differently, and what does this podium mean to you at this point in the season?
First of all, I want to thank the race organizers. Secondly, I want to thank my manager, Thomas Craig. After China, I I got an injury, and I'm very happy that I become position 3. I was not expecting that I will be running like this, but
Well, it's very exciting to see you run like this. You're known for incredible climbing ability, and Broken Arrow throws so much at you, altitude, descents. How did you manage your effort today, and what part of the race challenged you?
my challenge today was the uphill because I didn't train. I was doing easy run because I had an injury. So for me, I say that I will want to try to pin the podium, and I manage it. So the next race, I will be in the Mexico, and then I think after Mexico, I will try to win one race or two in the Golden Race.
It's very exciting. Congratulations. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Congratulations today. Congrats. Nice beer too. Keep this. Go longer.
Just last year, but this year he had a tight third place finish. And yes, to what Dylan was just World Series, is it's just a very clear alleyway for athletes to say, okay, I want to focus on these shorter distances. Where do I go? Where do I compete against the best? I know as myself, a young athlete, even just a few years ago, I just didn't know where, like, which races to show up to. It was very convoluted, very confusing, but this gives a very clear pathway. If you want to be in that professional system, you can stay in this series as long as you want. And what's great about Golden Trail World Series, like, I will say it, truth and fact, it changed my life. Once you get in that top 10, you are re-invited time and time again. They will support you to be part of the premier sub ultra trail World Series, and you get invited back the next year, and the next year. It becomes your family. So similar to maybe the Diamond League in track, if I want to go against the best track runners in the world, I try to get into that race. And before we know it, we have another American stud, Lauren.
Lauren, this was your first Broken Arrow race. You came in, finished just off the podium with some of the best trail runners in the world. What was your mindset coming in today, and how did it feel to hold your own against everyone on a course like this?
Yeah, I think for this series you have to be pretty consistent, and I'm looking to just keep building each month as we get towards September and October, so I just wanted to hold my own and see as close as I could get, and I feel like an A day would have been top 3, but an A minus, B plus day is 4th, so I'm happy with that.
You've had a stellar track and cross-country career, but this terrain is different beast. Steep, technical, altitude. What did you learn out there today about yourself as a trail runner?
Yeah, I feel like every race tests every limit of yourself, and I can see where in training now I need to go clean it up. I feel like I'm in Boulder now, so I have the altitude starting to get dialed in, and then just the steep climb doing pretty well, and I just need to keep training, getting stronger always every day. So yeah.
Refining, learning from mistakes. What excites you about the rest of the season?
I feel like I'm just getting my legs under me and getting going. So hopefully we just keep on a forward trajectory, keep climbing, getting stronger. So I feel like I'm in a good place to keep building.
Amazing. Congratulations. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Cool.
Lauren Gregory there, folks. 4th place overall here today. Another one of these emerging American talents that we were just talking about. And as you were just saying, Danny, yes, the Golden Trail World Series does just give the opportunity that athletes need to have their breakthrough, which can be life-changing. And I think Lucas Earl is a great example of that here today. The young German who probably wouldn't have had an opportunity to come here and do this race in a supported fashion and have the architecture that Golden Trail had built for this pipeline of young up-and-coming talent. So a lot to be excited about for the Golden Trail World Series, both in its present form, but also for many years to come as we build this amazing pipeline of young athletes coming into the sport.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And yeah, just to have an opportunity for athletes to not just like have one breakout year. We look to the greats of like Judith Weider, Killian Jornet, who've been participating in this series since its birth just a handful of years ago, and still continue to come and win some of these big races. So yes, keep your notebook out, folks, especially if you participate in things like free trail fantasy, because today, yes, we had stars that we already were aware of, but we also saw the birth and emergence of some new names to keep your eyes out on this global World Series.
100%. So again, next weekend, Golden Trail goes. You're going to want to keep your eyes on the Golden Trail channels for information about the programming there as we go back to the finish line here with 5th place finisher Alice Gaggy.
Alice, you've got so much experience in mountain running, and today you showed once again that you can hang with the best in the world. What keeps you motivated to keep pushing and performing at this level?
Oh, thank you. I love running, and I know that I'm getting older, but I always say that until I can run, I feel alive, I feel really well, and so I love running, and I always try to do my best. Sometimes it goes good, sometimes no, but this is try running.
Broken Arrow, it's a unique blend of high altitude and technical terrain. How did this race take to secure that top 5 finish today?
Oh, this was my first time here. It's really nice to be here. It's a fantastic race. I like it a lot. And here there was top athletes, and so it was great to be here, and I was motivated to do my best, but during the ascent I'm not used to the altitude, so my feeling weren't good. But when I take the descent, I say, okay, you just have to go down, and it was fantastic to run on this kind of terrain.
Yeah, you gave it everything you got on the descent. What's exciting you about the rest of the season?
Oh, now follow some other Golden Trail World Series races, some WMRA races, and so the season will be so long.
Very exciting. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
And once again, that was 5th place finisher on the women's side, Italian runner representing Brooks, Alice Gaggy, not a stranger to the top 10 at these global Golden Trail World Series races.
Alice Gaggy, a newer name to me, but yeah, another just good example, similar to Lucas Earl, right? I mean, maybe Alice's first time racing here in North America, and having that opportunity, it's a really awesome opportunity to, not only build experience for herself, but build a name for herself, develop new fans in a different geography, Instagram, and smashing that follow button. And congrats to her on a great 5th place performance here today.
Yes, it's pretty cool. She definitely participated in Mammoth Trail Fest the last couple years, and so I think she is making a name for herself on these American high-altitude races. If you think about it, she's been in the top 10 of Sierras and all multiple times, so that fast, high-altitude, very quick racing, she's definitely taken a liking to. Oh my goodness, mullet and mustache straight ahead. This is our iconic American Nike trail runner, Christian Allen, who had a very
Christian, you came into this weekend fresh off the big win with the VK, followed it up with the top finish in the men's field today. What does this kind of back-to-back performance say about where you're at right now in your career?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question, actually. I feel like just in terms of the season, I feel like it's another step in the right direction for me. I'm super excited as I continue to stack those miles to see where things go. So I'm looking forward to my next race. Is going to be a 55K, and I'm just kind of stepping up in distance as the season goes on. So excited to see how that goes.
Talent, some of the best climbers in the world. What was your strategy going into today, and what did it take to hang with everyone for the 4th place finish?
Yeah, there's some amazing athletes here. The 3 in front of me, a lot of athletes behind me. It was unfortunate Remy was in the race. It would have been awesome to have him out there, but I knew I needed to stick my nose in it and see how things went. I started off a little hot, felt good. Then I got
And big shout out to Christian Allen for bringing home a huge 4th place today. And how exciting was that to watch Christian? 3 sort of got the better of him, and he battled his way back into contact in the final miles, but still fell 1 spot short of the podium. But no shame in a 4th place here today, especially after winning and earning a spot on Team USA in the Ascent on Friday.
Yes, and also coming back from injury. As we like to say in our space, his dog has a lot of fight, and watching him come back on that downhill, he never counted himself out, and I think he really leaned into his strengths. Again, Christian Allen is also simultaneously a 2:10 marathon runner, folks. That's right, I did not stutter, and so he knows how to run quite fast, and it looks like we're coming back to him.
They're hyping you up good right now.
Yeah, I can barely get cell service.
Christian, you're part of this exciting new wave of American athletes making a mark on the global trail scene. How does it feel to be representing the next generation, especially here on home soil?
In all the U.S. and the future athletes, it's a really unique opportunity. I feel grateful that God's given me these talents and this opportunity to be out here, and it's great to be able to run with these amazing American athletes, international talent, and be able to put, hopefully, the U.S. out there on this trail scene.
Congratulations. Crush it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You don't have
Sweet. And we're back in studio here. Congrats again to Christian Allen. You mentioned he's a 2:10 marathoner. I thought it would be fun to talk about this for a second. When I interviewed Christian after his Ascent victory on Friday, he talked about how he usually does a roadblock through the winter months and usually targets an early season marathon. In this case, it was Houston this year, ran 2:10. But an interesting, as we talk about hybrid athletes, an interesting strategy that we might see employed more and more, especially with people at traditional road and track background, building that speed through the winter months and then hitting the mountain season this time of the year, bringing all that speed with them. Kind of an interesting strategy to employ.
It is kind of interesting because I think as the sport continues to evolve, I would almost start to classify them as the American philosophy, because a lot of our American runners come from the NCAA system. They're used to, in the winter, you're usually prepping for track and field. You're laying those blocks down, and so I've noticed most American runners, not all of them, will do a road or track block in the winter, while historically we're starting to learn from our European friends across the pond and really most of the world that they actually do skimo and lean into cross-country skiing, and we've seen that create some of the best mountain runners in the world. And so now we're starting to see this shift. We're all borrowing from each other, i.e. series leader right now, Sarah Alonso, got a huge PR in her half marathon. I don't know, I know she's always incorporated speed, but I think that's just also borrowing from that American philosophy, like, wow, this sport's getting fast. Let's see if I can also throw a PR that can compete to the likings of Madalena Floria or Joyce Najiru or a Grayson Murphy, who have this incredible foot speed. Meanwhile, our very own Anna Gibson, who's traditionally a track runner, did a bunch of skimo this season. It's just so fascinating. None of us have the right answer, and I think that's incredibly fun.
Well, just like developing versatility and focusing on something else when you're not in the peak of the specific trail running season gives you different tools to utilize when you do have to transition and focus more specifically on trail and mountain running. It's a really interesting point about Sarah Alonso too, because, you know, obviously she has had a pretty dominant start to her season here, the overall leader in Golden Trail World Series, and putting those pieces together translates to a win at Zagama. Seemingly it translates very, very well. So it's, I think, an interesting maybe lesson that we can take from this is it doesn't have to be running a fast half marathon. It doesn't have to be going and doing skimo racing, but just changing the stimulus in some way, building your tool set, and then when you have to specify, you're drawing from maybe a deeper reservoir of skills to apply towards that specificity. A really interesting lesson to take from the early start of the Golden Trail World Series season.
Yeah, you definitely took the words out of my mouth. I was immediately thinking of the word stimulus, like changing the types of stimulus. Because as we saw today, like, you have to be a runner. You have to have a big engine. You need to be an aerobic monster, as the Hemmings have kind of claimed with their coaching. But you need to be an athlete. You need to be able to jump. We saw Christian Allen nearly hurdle an entire boulder today. And so, yeah, I think, yes, these are some of the best athletes, period, in the world.
Okay, well, what a day it was here at the 2025 Broken Arrow Sky.
Oh man, who is Christian Allen? That's a great one. I don't know, I try to just be a follower of Christ, I think. I'm not perfect by any means, but I do believe in God and believe that He gave me these talents. I have an opportunity to share my talents and my belief with others, and so I try to do that in my actions with others and in running and in being a father and in work and stuff like that. My name's Christian Allen. I run for Nike Trail and I'm from West Jordan. So I have 3 kids and 1 on the way right now, and so I balance that with training as a professional athlete and also managing a running store, which I'm also a part owner, so there's a lot of stress that can go into kind of balancing all those, but I try to make it work the best I can.
What makes Broken Arrow special compared to other races?
Ooh. It's going to be my first Golden Trail World Series of the season, so I'm super stoked to get the ball rolling there. I had to pull out of the earlier race in Italy just due to some injuries, so I'm hoping to be firing on all cylinders and just be able to roll with the punches that everyone are throwing. So.
Gino is digging deep now. He's been squeezed out of...
That is not fair for our music.
He's not fair?
Knocking me down. Patrick is sending me for a mission.
But look, Philemon now! Philemon's got the pace! I think Elisine Alazawi may well be beaten this time. The Kenyan is away and clear.
You need to change for the strategy for race.
So we will see a different regime.
Yes.
This year, I don't think we'll do the same. Remember when we were in the final, he has already taken the strategy. He pushed a lot in around the last 3K. So I think this year it will be the same.
Rosini has trained, I also trained. This year might be mine. I'm not afraid of anybody.
Lots of different things. I was taking skiing the most seriously.
Go Anna!
All the way up until high school. And then at that point I realized that running was kind of my thing and I was starting to get competitive. I'm in the US and I run for Brooks. Highlights from last year, I honestly feel like there were a lot. I had a really good year. It was super fun. I think highlights for me were definitely Series and All, which I got 6th at. That was a really big performance for me, having never raced there before. And Broken Arrow is one of my favorite races of all time. I've competed there the last 2 years and just had some really pivotal moments, I feel like, in my career. I had no idea where life was taking me. I was trying to get a contract, but really had no idea what was happening, and it was just this, like, kind of exciting experience. Yeah, I'm excited that it's going to be Golden Trail this year, too. I think it's going to be extremely competitive.
Oh man, who is Christian Allen? That's a great one.
Chippingino is digging deep now. He's been squeezed out on the right. He's going to have to find another way.
That is not fair, honestly.
It's not
He was
fair?
knocking me down. Patrick is sending me for a mission.
But look, Philemon now. Philemon's got the pace. I think Elisine Alazoui may well be beaten this time. The Kenyan is away and clear.
You need to change for the strategy for race.
So we will see a different Elisine.
Yes.
This year, I don't think we'll do the same. Remember when we were in the final, he has already taken the strategy. He pushed a lot in around the last 3K. So I think this year it will be the same.
You see me as trained, I also trained.
I started doing sports when I was super young. I was playing outside a lot. It was lots of different things. I was taking skiing the most seriously.
Go, Anna!
All the way up until high school. And then at that point, I realized that running was kind of my thing, and I was starting to get competitive. My name is Anna Gibson. I'm from Jackson, Wyoming in the US, and I run for Brooks. Highlights from last year, I honestly feel like there were a lot. I had a really good year. It was super fun. I think highlights for me were definitely Sierras and All, which I got 6th at. That was a really big performance for me, having never raced there before. And Broken Arrow is one of my favorite races of all time.